Amateur radio Newsline will start in 5 minutes.
W8WKY. Amateur Radio Newsline report number 2409 with a release date of Friday, December 29th, 2023 to follow in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The following is a QST. Set your sights on some most wanted DX contacts. Straight Key Month gets underway, and listen to the winning ham radio haiku for 2023. All this and more as Amateur Radio Newsline report number 2409 comes your way right now.
From around the world, this is Newsline, Amateur Radio's independent, weekly amateur radio news and bulletin service. Now reporting from Picayune, Mississippi, here is Don Wilbanks, AE5DW.
As the new year dawns, we bring you a top story that looks to the future. We tell you about two big DX-expeditions happening down under, and both take plenty of planning and resources. We hear the details from Graham Kemp, VK4BB.
The year 2024 is a big year of planning for a DX-expedition to Peter I Island, which ranks 8th in Club Log's most wanted DXCC list. Like Bouvet Island, this remote volcanic island is one of 3 Norwegian territories in the sub-Antarctic and Antarctic region. The DX-expedition of 19 operators is being led by Ken, LA7GIA, Caesar, VE3LYC, Dave, WD5COV, and Adrian, KO8SCA. It's planned for 14 days in February of 2026. Dave and Ken are also part of another high-profile DX-expedition taking place a year before Peter I Island. That is, the 3Y0K DX-expedition in January 2025 for Bouvet Island, the 11th most wanted on the Club Log list. This expedition will reuse much of the equipment from the previous year's trip to Bouvet and is also sharing the website being used by 3Y0K. As fundraiser for Peter I Island gets underway in just a few weeks, the group is concentrating on securing a landing permit from the Norwegian Polar Institute. The team has reported its foundership and it has 2 onboard helicopters. In addition to being a coveted DX, Peter I Island carries the IOTA designation of AN004. This is Graham Kemp, VK4BB.
CQ Magazine, which has been a resource for the active amateur radio community for 7 decades, has suspended publication until sometime in 2024. CQ has been a valuable supporter of Newsline's Bill Pasternak WA6ITF Memorial Amateur Radio Newsline Young Ham of the Year Award. It's renowned for its CQ worldwide array of contests and operating awards and for its Hall of Fame. The magazine's editor, Richard Moseson, W2VU, told Newsline in a recent email, quote, "As all of our loyal readers know, 2023 has been a very challenging year for us. We continue to pursue all options for getting things moving again. At this moment, the November and December issues are delayed, but we plan to get them out to the readership as soon as circumstances permit. We appreciate everyone's patience and understanding," end quote. The widely read magazine, which produces both a print and digital edition, has been a staple in amateur radio shacks, starting with its first issue in January 1945. This year marks the 18th year for Straight Key Month, a celebration of traditional communication from the Straight Key Century Club. Don't have a straight key? You can get in on the action anyway. Kevin Trotman, N5PRE, tells us how.
Just as some CW operators think they can rest their fist following the conclusion of the ARRL Straight Key Night on the 1st of January, others are preparing for a Straight Key Month. The popular event from the Straight Key Century Club is a leisurely and friendly activity. The goal is to contact as many other operators as you can via CW, not just throughout the United States, but around the world. There are various categories in which operators can set their goal. You don't need to be an SKCC club member to participate. In fact, you don't even need to use a straight key. Will you get a basic sweep, a full sweep, or a grand sweep? See the SKCC website at skccgroup.com and click on the link for SKCC Straight Key Month, which appears under the heading of activities. Each year, club members compete to produce a design for the event's official QSL card. This year's winning card will also mark the 18th anniversary of the SKCC. This is Kevin Trotman, N5PRE.
The next big thing in ham radio in the U.S. is the first big convention of 2024. It's known as Quartz Fest, and it's one of its kind in Arizona's Sonoran Desert. It features recreational vehicles, portable and mobile MCOM systems, and off-the-grid living all near quartz sites. Activities and seminars are all free. Operators will also have a special event station, W7Q, throughout the week. Other hams will be participating in an HF distance challenge, Pico balloon launches, and POTA activations and hikes. Quartz Fest takes place between the 21st and the 27th of January. For a schedule of seminars and activities, visit quartzfest.org. A noted observatory in New England has just chosen its new director, an amateur radio operator who is also an advisor to HAMSI and its various projects. We hear more from Cell MB, KB3 TZD.
Congratulations to Philip Erickson, W1PJE, a member of the advisory board of the citizen science group HAMSI, who is starting an important new role in January as director of the Haystack Observatory at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, where he has been on staff in various capacities since 1995. His most recent role has been associate director. The observatory has been involved in a number of projects that share some of HAMSI's own priorities, conducting studies of the ionosphere and other parts of the atmosphere with the use of electromagnetic frequencies. Philip notes on his QRZ.com page that Haystack has been involved since the late 1950s in remote sensing research into the properties of the ionosphere, neutral atmosphere, overlying plasmasphere, and magnetosphere. Philip belongs to the Neshoba Valley Amateur Radio Club, which offers activities in collaboration with the Haystack Observatory. He's also a big fan of working with vintage radios. This is Selembi, KB3 TZD.
Just as Youth on the Air Month ends on the last day of December, Ham Radio Kids Day is just getting warmed up. The annual ARRL event takes place on Saturday, the 6th of January, as a way of showing youngsters the kind of fun they can have on the air and to interest them in science and technology. Plans are already being made across the country. One such group, the New Providence Amateur Radio Club in New Jersey, is operating the event with the youngsters at the Salt Brook School on Saturday, January 6th, 2024, from 1:30 p.m. to 4:30 p.m. During the event, youngsters will be on the air under the supervision of licensed hams. Kids will be calling CQ Kids Day, and the kid-friendly exchange will be name, age, location, and favorite color. Several special event stations go on the air from around the world each year in August, coinciding with the anniversary of the death of St. Maximilian Maria Kolbe. He was born, however, in January, and an event is coming up to mark the 130th anniversary of that day. Here's Randy Sly, W4XJ, with the details.
The Polish priest, Maximilian Maria Kolbe, was martyred in Auschwitz during World War II. Hams often hold special event stations in August to mark the date of his death. One ham in France, Jeff, F4IIQ, has chosen to mark his birth on January 8th. He will be going on the air with a call sign TM130SMK from the 5th to the 9th of January. The Franciscan priest, who was canonized in 1982, is considered the patron saint of amateur radio for having founded a monastery in Poland dedicated to communications. The monastery housed a shortwave radio station with a call sign SP3RN. When the monastery was shut by the Nazis in 1941, Maximilian Maria Kolbe was arrested and sent to Auschwitz, where he volunteered to take the place of another man who was marked to die. The priest was executed by lethal injection after having been placed in a starvation bunker. Father Kolbe was also the inspiration for the St. Maximilian Kolbe Net, which was founded by two amateurs in the U.S. in 1998. It meets on 80 meters and 20 meters on Sundays. This is Randy Sly, W4XJ.
Time for you to identify your station. We are the Amateur Radio Newsline, heard on bulletin stations around the world, including the W4HPL repeater in Cookeville, Tennessee, on Tuesdays at 8:30 p.m. local time. Soda activators, get ready to aim high in the new year. It's already a fact that soda ops aim high, or they wouldn't be climbing all those summits to make contacts. But now the award scheme is asking everyone to aim high on the band and accept a year-long 10-meter challenge. This event is timed to coincide with what is expected to be the peak of solar cycle 25. The Soda 10-meter challenge is not a contest, but the organizers do plan to post results on its challenge page and hope the activity will encourage as many ops as possible to make use of the band. In announcing the activity, Andy MM0FMF compared this challenge to the event conducted on the 12-meter band in 2013 and 2014. Unlike 12 meters, 10 meters is open to all classes of amateurs in most countries, and so this event is considered more inclusive. Amateur radio on the ISS is collecting stories and videos that help tell the story of ham radio in space during the past 4 decades. Dave Parks, WB8ODF, brings us that report.
If you've ever had contact with amateur radio on the International Space Station, get ready for Florida in February. The ERIS organization is reaching out to educators and former students, asking them to send in stories and videos explaining the impact that important QSO with the orbiting astronauts has had on their lives. The stories will become part of the 40th Anniversary Educational Contact Conference taking place at the Center for Space Education near the Kennedy Space Center's Visitor Center from February 22nd to the 24th. Both educators and former students are being asked to fill out a form online providing details. ERIS is celebrating the occasion, which marks 40 years since astronaut Owen Garriott, W5LFL, made the first amateur radio contact from space on board the Space Shuttle Columbia. ERIS writes on its website, quote, "The historic 40th Anniversary Conference will be a retrospective of what has been accomplished and will highlight our exciting amateur radio human spaceflight plans on the horizon." End quote. To share your story, follow the link that appears in the text version of this week's newscast at arnewsline.org. I'm Dave Parks, WB8ODF.
In the world of DX, there's still time to get a coveted DX for your logbook. The Rebel DX Group's T-32TT operation from Kiritimati, Christmas Island, IOTA number OC024, in East Kiribati will be extended until the 12th of January. See QRZ.com for QSL and other details. Be listening for special event station AT24GSM from West Bengal, India, between January 9th through the 16th. Members of the West Bengal Radio Club will be activating Sagar Island, IOTA number AS153, and the Ganga Sagar Island Beach, BOTA number 60572. The activation will also include the Sagar Island Lighthouse, World Lighthouse number 2262. The occasion for the activation is the annual pilgrimage known as the Ganga Saga Mela. See QRZ.com for details. Members of ARI Padova will be on the air with the call sign II3PUP from the 7th to the 14th of January. The suffix of the call sign is an acronym for the Latin words connoting Padua, the Painted City. This is a reference to the series of 14th century frescoes that are on the UNESCO World Heritage List, where they were added in 2021. QSL via IQ3WW. Find other QSL information on QRZ.com. If you're planning ahead for February, be listening for VK5MAV, operating as VK5MAV-4 from Magnetic Island, IOTA number OC171. They'll be on the air from the 6th to the 11th of February. You'll be using mainly CW, but may include some SSB. Listen on 40, 20, 15, and 10 meters. See QRZ.com for QSL details. And as we leave December and step across the threshold of a new year, it's a comfort to know some things endure. They were built to last, and in fact, they do last. One example is the tradition of a message of Christmas peace, transmitted from a historic transmitter in Sweden. Jeremy Boot, G4NJH, concludes this newscast with this report.
On Christmas Eve morning, the World Heritage Grimeton radio station carried a message to the world that is older than the 100-year-old transmitter itself. It was a message of peace sent via Morse code, hams and non-hams alike from around the world, tuned in via SDR or other means to hear the code being sent via the Alexanderson alternator SAQ signal on 17.2 kHz longwave. Others simply witnessed the event on YouTube, where spectators from Poland, Belgium, Colombia, Brazil, and Australia left words of support and appreciation in many languages. The history behind this transmitter is as cherished as the message it carries several times each year. With every transmission, it underscores the progress we have made over the years in wireless communication, while affirming the progress the world still needs to make in so many other areas. This is Jeremy Boot, G4NJH.
You can see this year's December 24th event in Grimeton by following the link in the text version of this week's newscast at arnewsline.org. If you have a piece of amateur radio news that you think Newsline would be interested in, send it on. We're not talking about advertising your club's upcoming Hamfest or Field Day participation, but something that is out of the ordinary. If so, send us a brief overview via the contact page at arnewsline.org. If it's newsworthy and we would like to cover it, we'll get back to you for more details. Meanwhile, if you're feeling even a little bit poetic, Visit our website to learn more about the Amateur Radio Newsline Haiku Challenge in 2024. Speaking of all things poetic, as promised, our crew has chosen the Newsline Haiku of 2023 from all of this year's weekly top entries. We're proud of this winner, who received 43% of the vote. We were unfortunately unable to contact the author in time for him to read it for inclusion in this newscast, so it's my honor to present the winning haiku submitted by Greg Smith, N6NYX, that was featured on December 8th. It was a touching and poetic comment on the potential future of amateur radio. It reads, "The past is prologue, when the radio captures the love of youngsters." We congratulate Greg for his winning haiku and encourage all of our listeners to submit their own creations at the website. Look for the Ham Radio Haiku link at the top right portion of the menu on the website. We look forward to another year of you flexing your poetic license, as well as your ham radio license. And with thanks to Amateur Radio Daily, ARRL, Eris, CQ Magazine, David Behar, K7DB, 425 DX News, Hamsci, M0OXO website, Patch.com, QRZ.com, QuartzFest, Radio World, ShortwaveRadio.de, Straight Key Century Club, Wireless Institute of Australia, YouTube, Youth on the Air, and you, our listeners. That's all from the Amateur Radio Newsline. We remind our listeners that Amateur Radio Newsline is an all-volunteer nonprofit organization that incurs expenses for its continued operation. If you wish to support us, please visit our website at arnewsline.org and know that we appreciate you all. We also remind our listeners that if you like our newscast, please leave us a 5-star rating wherever you subscribe to us. For now, with Karen Eve Murray, KD2GUT at the news desk in New York, and our news team worldwide, I'm Don Wilbanks, AE5DW in Picayune, Mississippi, saying 7-3 and wishing you all the very best in 2024. And as always, we thank you for listening. Amateur Radio Newsline is copyright 2023. All rights are reserved.
W8WKY. Time out.
the weekly Serenet, featuring club news, trivia, and check-ins from some of the nicest hams in the universe starts in 5 minutes. Get ready for the weekly SarahNet starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
CQ, this is WAWKY calling CQ for the Silvercreek Amateur Radio Association Tuesday Night Net. My name is Dave, and my personal call is November Tango 8 Delta NTAD, and I'll be your net control operator this Tuesday evening using the club call WAWKY. We meet on this repeater every Tuesday night at 8 p.m., and we encourage all amateurs to participate. You do not have to be a club member. You simply need to have a valid amateur license. This is a control net, and all traffic must pass through net control. And as always, priority or emergency traffic may break into this net at any time. Tonight we're going to take in and out check-ins and regular check-ins, and we will have trivia, our main course this evening, from Eric, W8ELM, our trivia master. Just a couple of quick announcements before we start. The Sarah monthly meeting is January 18th, Thursday evening at 7 p.m. at the Wadsworth Eagles Hall. There are a couple of before meeting dinner gatherings. One of them is at Nuestra Casa in Redmond, right down the road. Ohio Aries VHF Simplex Contest is Saturday the 20th from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. And our own Stefan NAWB will be running a license exam session at the Wayne County Justice Center at between 10 a.m. and 12 p.m. on February 3rd. Let me give a quick break. Any other announcements for the Sarah Club or good of the community, please call. All right, nothing heard. Let me first call for any check-ins who are new to the net. Anybody who hasn't checked in before, doesn't matter if you're a club member or not. Please join us if you can. Please call now. Okie doke, nothing heard. Let's take our in and out check-ins first. In and out check-ins for the Sarah WAWKY Tuesday Night Net. Please call.
WAWKY, WAAKOC. In and out this evening. Have a great net. And Happy New Year to all.
Whiskey Delta 8, Lima Alpha.
Sir, Martin and Wadbury, in and out.
November 8th, Whiskey Sugar, Bill in New London. Healthy, happy, and prosperous New Year, everyone. In and out.
Kilo Bravo 8, Echo Tango Victor, Bob at Alliance. In and out, we'll just listen.
All right, let me know. I'll let you know who I got so far. We got WAKOC, we got WD8LLA, we got KE8SFS, N8WS, and KB8ETV. Thank you all for checking in and out on this Tuesday night, the second day of the year. Happy New Year to you all. Any other in and out check-ins for the Tuesday night SarahNet, please call. All right, nothing heard. Let's take regular check-ins. Those who would like to make a comment and take a stab at our Master of Trivia's wonderful question tonight. I have no idea what it is. I just know it's going to be wonderful. Taking regular check-ins for the Sarah W8WKY net. Please call.
W8WKY.
Kilo Echo 8 Whiskey Victor Victor KE8WVV Ethan in Manway.
Kilo Delta 8 Echo Papa Charlie KD8 EPC Dustin in Medina.
W8WKY, this is Kilo Delta 8 Sierra Lima Golf KD8 SLG Nick in Orville.
This is Whiskey 8 Uniform Alpha Javen in Rittman.
Alpha 8 Charlie Sierra Gary in Fairlawn.
Kilo Alpha 8 Mike November Tango Tom in Canton.
E in Navarre.
Kilo Echo 8 Uniform India Bravo KE8 UIB John in Masterland.
Kilo Echo 8 Victor Zulu Alpha Eric in Strongsville KE8 VZA.
Whiskey 2 Juliet Lima Sierra John in Fairlawn.
This is WO3X Whiskey Oscar 3 X-Ray John in Cuyahoga Falls.
Kilo Charlie 8 Hotel Delta Papa KC8 HDP Jerry in Shreve.
Kilo Alpha 8 Oscar Alpha Delta KA8 OAD Ken in Fairlawn.
Kilo Golf 4 Sierra Charlie Kilo KG4 SCK Mark in Copley.
I'm going to pick it up here. That was a wonderful orderly check-in. I've got WVV, EPC, SLG, Uniform Alpha, Charlie Sierra, MNT. I've got a Navarre station. I'm going to come back to you in a second to double-check your call, but I think it might have been EHG. You doubled with MNT. I'll come right back to you in a second to double check. I got UIB, VZA, JLS. Doug, I think it was a KE8VH something. I missed your last letter. I've got you, so I'm going to need to get your call also. I got you, John, 3X. I got HDP. I got OAD. I got you, Ken, and I got SGK. So I'll get back to the ones I mentioned in just a second. Anybody else want to get on the list while I'm making the call?
Whiskey 3 Kilo. Hello, Dave. I have no traffic. It's 73 Sol, and God bless.
Here is KB8LNK. We'll be in and out tonight.
All right, we got you there, Phil, and Ron, thank you very much for your in and outs. Let me just pick up a couple of calls and make sure I got them straight in the log here. Navarre Station, was that EHG? Come back and confirm if you would, Mike.
Roger, roger, affirmative, KE8, EHG.
Thank you, Mike. I just caught Navarre, but I recognize your voice. And there was another one. It was Doug, I think it was a KE8VH. Would you come back, please?
Kilo Echo 8, Zulu Hotel Golf, KE8VHG, Doug and Martin.
Zulu Hotel Golf. Gotcha. Thank you very much. I think I got all the check-ins. We'll get another round in here after we go through the trivia and comments. With that, I'm going to call in our trivia master. Happy New Year there, Eric. I'm anticipating highly what you got for us tonight. W8ELM. Over to you, sir.
Dave NT8D for W8WKY. This is W8ELM. Good evening to everyone, and Happy New Year to you. Our trivia for tonight. Here are a number of phrases that sound like and may mistakenly be used in a seemingly logical or plausible way for another phrase. Only one of these phrases is used correctly. Let me read that again. Here are a number of phrases that sound like and may mistakenly be used in a seemingly logical or plausible way for another phrase. Only one of these phrases is used correctly. Your question for tonight is, which one of the following common expressions is quoted correctly? A, alpha, flush out an idea. B, bravo, sign your John Henry. C, Charlie, the lesser of two equals. D, delta, it takes two to tangle. Or E, echo, filled with vim and vigor. And I will repeat those. Which one of the following common expressions is quoted correctly? So four of them are not, and only one is quoted correctly. And you have to choose the one that is quoted correctly. A, alpha, flush out an idea. B, bravo, sign your John Henry. C, Charlie, the lesser of two equals. D, delta, it takes two to tangle. Or E, echo, filled with vim and vigor. Back to net.
November 8, Whiskey Bravo, late check-in.
Hi, Stefan. I got you checked in, and I'm going to consider you to be sticking around since you did not say you were going to be in and out. And I will also assume that you just heard the questions from Eric. So you're going to be at the bottom of the list, or the back of the bus, as we say in the morning times. Let's see. Wishing everybody a happy new year here just to start. I hope everybody's holiday was safe and you got to spend some really wonderful time with your friends and family, because that's what it's for. Wishing everybody a wonderful and prosperous 2024. Before I give it over to Ethan, I'm just going to go ahead and give my answer as E, echo, without any comment. Ethan, KE8WVV, good evening, Happy New Year, and welcome to the net. What do you have for us, and what's your answer for Eric's question?
W8WKY.
KE8WVV, well, good evening to everyone here in the net. For the answer to the question, I would think the last two are not correct. I have not heard the first two, so I'm going to go with C. For comments, I am replacing, or have replaced, a couple of bearings on my RC car. The one wheel was kind of wobbly and had discovered that I had blown up an entire bearing. Mostly stress from dog fur. Dog fur gets in the hubs of those wheels and puts a lot of stress on it, and I guess it just broke eventually. What else? Went to the library today and got some puzzles to construct, I guess, and found some good books. Let's see. Can't think of anything else right now at the moment, so I'll go ahead and hand it back to Net. 73s, KE8WVV.
All right there, Ethan. Well, the things we sacrifice for our pets, thing happens over here. My daughter's got 2 dogs and 3 cats, and their fur collects just everywhere. And when I am too old to actually sail a boat, actually sitting in it, one of these days I'm going to end up sailing RC boats down on Lake Anna. Came across some really cool videos, some sailing models. They were models of frigates and schooners and the sailboats from the 17 and 1800s with, 3-4 masts and all the square sails. And they were out there sailing them in the pond and in the canals, and it was really kind of cool. So when I get old and can't lift up and pull a rope myself, I guess we'll just scale it down a little bit. So have fun with your RC modeling. I'll pick your brain in about 10 or 15 years, so you can count on that. Dustin, KD8PC, you were second on the list tonight. Happy New Year on the second day of the year. What do you have for us tonight, and what do you think about Eric's question?
All right, NT8D and the net. This is KD8EPC. Let's see, let's start with the trivia answer. I'm going to go with answer A before I forget. Otherwise, not a whole lot going on. Kind of quarantined in the house right now. Had a positive COVID test this morning, so we're hanging around and convalescing for the next few days. So that's about all that's going on here. Do want to remind everybody to come join me and Nick both tomorrow afternoon at 1 o'clock for the Boredom Breaker Net, which will be here on the W8WKY repeater, and tomorrow night for the Beacon Net at 10 p.m., 9:30 p.m. Eastern for early check-ins. With that, that's all I've got for you this evening. We'll say 73, turn it back over to you, and have yourself a great net.
All right there, Dustin. Well, sorry to hear about the COVID thing. I'm sure that cuts into your earning days. But at least over on VHF, you're not contagious because you're at least 2 meters apart. Hi. Hey, I hope you feel better. Don't get anything serious, and thanks for checking in tonight. We'll listen for you on some of the other nets throughout the week. Saying thanks for doing the Boredom Breaker and Beacon stuff, man. Much appreciated. And on the same topic, I guess we're going to head back over to KD8SLG. You're third on the list here, Nick, and Happy New Year. I hope you're getting ready for a great 2024. Over to you.
W8WKY, this is KD8SLG. Good evening, Dave, and everyone here on the Club Net. Thanks for having me, Dave. And yeah, 2024 has got to be a better year. Let's get the trivia question first here. Let me flush this out. Steve made me giggle. That's all I can say. My first thought was all animals are equal, but some animals are more equal than others. My answer is going to be Echo, because I as all of you know, am filled with vim and vigor. As Dustin said, we'll be here for the Boredom Breaker Net tomorrow afternoon, so everybody, if you're out and about, stop in and check in. And I was just penning an email to one of the purveyors of the Extended Freedom Network in the UK, who's going to be linking up with us on Wednesday nights for the Beacon Net. So maybe tomorrow night will be their first shot, and we'll get a few sleepy guys from across the pond, or maybe some early risers there in New Zealand and Australia. So that'll be kind of cool. That's all I got tonight, folks. This is KD8SLG, back to net control.
All right, Nick. Well, good luck with that. I'm not sure what time the bars, the pubs, I should say, close over there. But you should get a few people coming back home. I think that's right about 2 in the morning or so. No, I wish I was in the spot where I was up at those hours and participating, because I think it's wonderful. It sounds like a blast. I encourage everybody to participate, and I'll try to check in whenever I can. But thanks a lot there, Nick, and we'll look forward to spending a little time with you in 2024. Javen, we got you up next, and I don't know if you've been catching any of the barometer nets, but there's a couple of cats out there who are learning CW. So keep an ear out. I'm sure you could lend a little bit of advice to some of these cats who are working at it. W8UA, Happy New Year, NTAD. W8WKY, I should say.
Yeah, good evening, Dave, and everybody else. This is W8UA. Well, very cool to hear on the CW. I'll have to listen. I obviously do whenever I can listen to the barometer net, but with my schedule, it's sometimes a little bit difficult to listen for long, but tomorrow I should be on for a little while, so we'll have to listen out and hear for what all's going on, so very cool. With regards to the trivia question, I think I'm going to go with D, Delta. That's a great answer. So mark me down for that, Eric. And not a whole lot else going on here. Just have been pretty busy with work. And just got home not too long ago, so getting some stuff done here this evening before we start it all over again tomorrow morning. So super exciting, right? That's about all from here. Everyone have a good evening. Back to you, Dave. This is W8UA, 7-3 all.
All right there, Javen. Nice to have you aboard the ClubNet tonight, and appreciate you being part of the morning crew there. It sounds like everything's going pretty well in your trajectory there. So wishing you all the best in 2024 as well. I was going to say, Eric, it's really amazing how changing 1 or 2 letters can make a difference. And speaking of 1 or 2 letters, we'll talk about AACS. Happy New Year, El Presidente. And I don't know if you caught my email. The March date, I'm going to need some cover, so maybe I can hit you up for that in a couple of months. AACS and W8WKY.
W8WKY, this is yeah, it's not a very phonetic, not the phonetics. The call itself, if you're saying out AA, I never say AA because it sounds just like that, AA, and nobody knows what I'm talking about. Which kind of goes with this whole trivia question tonight. Interesting. Very cool question there, Eric. I have to commend you again. And before I forget, Happy New Year, Sarah and friends. Yeah, exactly. All right, this is a great question, and it reminds me of Gilda Jane Curtin doing the news on Saturday Night Live about 97 years ago. And Gilda was talking about, she didn't understand what all the commotion was about, violence on TV. She didn't understand why violence on TV was such a problem until she realized that what Jane was talking about was violence, not violence on TV. I love it. And, yeah, okay. I got another little question for everybody. If I have 36 sheep and one died, how many do I have left? Just checking. Just checking. All right, back to net. This is AA8CF.
Well, you still have 36 sheep. One's just a strange color, right? Never mind. Thanks, Gary. I don't think I got an answer to the question, though. I may have missed it. Did you give one?
I did not. Yeah, no, I'm going to go with, well, not C. Not C. I went with C last week and lost. C? Well, not C, but S-E-E. Boy, we have issues with phonetics and the English language, don't we? Yeah. Oh, man. All right, Dave, my answer is Echo. Thank you. Back to net, AA8CS. And you know what, you guys, I apologize.
I can't believe that you would be surprised that you lost by guessing letter C. It would surprise me if that surprised you. Hi. And now that we have all this humor going on the Sarah W8WKY Tuesday Night Club net, we're going to throw it over to Tom, who is our master of humor, KA8MNT from W8WKY. Happy New Year.
W8WKY, this is KA8MNT. Good evening, everybody. And, yeah, it's evening. It's dark out, so I guess that's evening. Let me see. The trivia. I'm just going to pick a letter because I don't remember the answers. So I'm going to go with D, Delta, as far as that goes. And just want to let everybody know that it's dark outside. And that's not a good thing if you want to go outside and look around. And that's all I've got tonight. So with that, I want to say 7-3s, everybody. Stay safe, stay healthy, keep smiling. This is KA8MNT, turning everything back over to W8WKY.
Well there, Tom. It's dark outside now. It was dark outside when I did my last net control, but for some reason this is considered a godly hour as opposed to an ungodly hour. I think they're both just as ungodly as the other one, to tell you the truth, because it's dark. Very quickly, which of these phrases is actually correct? A, flush out an idea. B, sign your John Henry. C, lesser of two equals. D, it takes two to tangle. Or E, filled with vim and vigor. That's Eric's question for this evening. Mike, KE8EHG, Happy New Year. And what do you got for the club tonight?
Good evening, Dave, and everyone on the net. I am going to go with John Henry. I remember Tommy Boy. It's Herbie Hancock. Anyways, I'm going to go with Alpha. I'm going to go with A, Alpha. Boy, that's kind of twisting there, and all that kind of stuff. Sounds like fun. Hey, I did I did the net before Christmas and that. I'm trying to find it real fast here. Here. I threw in a bunch of hams and all this and that, and since Gary is there tonight, I put 8CS said, thank goodness that Santa flies through the night with reindeer power instead of that ungodly morning hour. So in case you missed that, I threw a bunch of different hams in there. So 7-3s, Happy New Year, everyone, and we'll be listening for the answer.
All right there, Mike. Terrific. I hadn't heard that, so I appreciate it very much. And I know I threw this out a little earlier, and I sent an email to the net control operators. If you want to take one, I've got a rehearsal on the first Tuesday in March that I need to attend. And I'm scheduled to do net control for the Sarah Club Net that night. So if you feel like it, go ahead and jump in on that one. Let's see, KE8UIB. Oh, man, we're back to earning nickels this week, aren't we? Happy New Year to you. Over to you.
NTAD from KE8UIB. Good evening, Dave, and everybody out there on the net. And yes, today was the unbearable Monday of the week. And I'm going to tell you what, work, when you have to go back from vacation, is just never fun. And somehow you always walk into the hardest jobs and the biggest messes. But with that, hey, it's over with, and the first work day of the new year has started. So hey, it gives me 20-some years to look forward to retirement, right? Hi. With that, though, as far as the trivia question, you guys know my mom and dad are sitting in Akron listening via scanner, and me and my mom's messaging back and forth, and my parents say Echo. So I'll go with the letter E and choose Echo for my answer tonight, and let's see how that goes. But I hope everybody's doing good. I hope everybody's New Year starting off safe and well. And with that, this is KE8UIB living a $5 dream, a nickel at a time. Hand this back to Net Control. 7-3, y'all.
All right there, John. Well, New Year's greetings to your parents, and congratulations to you for being a good son and listening to them. And, with getting back to that routine gets a little tough. Back when I was a public school teacher, I used to count the days, the number of get-ups, as my mother would call them, that I would have to go through. And now, I'll never retire, but I don't get up to an alarm except for Monday mornings. So, not a bad trade-off, if you ask me. Have a great one. We'll catch you again on a Monday morning, and be safe when you're out on the road getting to work. Let's see, KE8VZA. Eric, we got you up next. Happy New Year. What you got for the club tonight, and what do you think about Eric's question tonight?
NTAD is KE8VZA. Hi. Thanks for picking me up there. Hello, everybody. Happy New Year to everyone. Trivia question. Wow, another good one. These are common colloquialisms or manners of speech that I don't know if I actually think of every word when I hear them, but the first one, flush out an idea. I think some ideas probably should be flushed, a few. And the second one, bravo. John Henry was more of a steel-driving man. I remember a song from elementary school music class about that. And the C, I think Mr. Spock would question the logic of that, perhaps. Delta, let's see, it takes two to tangle. Maybe if you're playing that game Twister, I think. That could be possible. But I'm going to go with Echo, filled with vim and vigor. I'm going to go Echo, Echo, Echo. Let's see, what else? Just also checked into the 10-meter NORS net using my homemade dipole with success. Happy about that. It's worked before, so I was confident. And got one of our cars back from the dealer that has been there since last year, which was, last week. Hi. But that's about all I have here. Just want to wish everyone, again, a Happy New Year and hopefully have a smooth first week of the year to transition into it. And thanks, Dave, for running the net, and thanks, Eric, for another wonderful trivia question. This is KE8VZA, back to net control.
Thank you there, Eric. Some of us get to ease off the clutch, and others of us get to pop the clutch. I'm going for the first option there, and appreciate your comments and your answer. Wishing you the very best in 2024, and there was something you mentioned that caught my ear, but now it's gone, so I'm sorry. But have a terrific Tuesday night anyways. We'll catch you in the mornings. W2JLS, nice to catch you on the Club Net. This is W8WKY. We'll send it over to you. What you got for our New Year's comments?
NT8D for Whiskey 8 Whiskey Kilo Yankee. Hello, Dave. Good evening on your ears, sir. What have I got for the net? I'll just say I had a rather distracting text from my brother who just got back from spending the holidays in Jupiter Beach with his family. He's back now in Indianapolis, and he sent me a picture of himself holding the Christmas gift I sent him. I didn't realize what I sent was industrial size, but I also didn't. Apparently, my card or intended card didn't. That's probably him still texting through here. Didn't go along with it, so he didn't know who it was from, or at least is pretending not to have known who it was from. I sent him a French fried potato cutter. I never saw such a thing, and I thought he likes kitchen gadgets. I'm going to pick one of these things up, not having really experienced it. But he sent me a note, with a picture of him holding this thing up, and it's enormous. So I can't say verbatim what he wrote, but it was basically, who the heck sent me, this industrial-sized French fried potato cutter? So there you go. I'll share that with the net. Also, on with the trivia question, I'm going to go with your choice, Vim and Vigor, choice E. But I will say that question reminded me of Shakespeare's A Merchant in Venice. I was waiting to hear like 3 different versions of All That Glitters Is Not Gold, which, if you remember from The Merchant of Venice, Portia's 3 boxes, one of those, ran through with a quote, all that glisters is not gold, which was the original interpretation of all that glitters is gold. But, clearly after the first choice, it was not going that direction. Anyway, thanks for having me, Dave. Everyone have a great rest of the net and an awesome 2024. W2JLS, back to you, sir.
All right, thanks a lot there, John. And I remember getting when I was a kid, my mom and dad and grandparents used to buy me little science kits. I had a weather station, I had a little geology collection, a shell collection, and in the geology collection there was a little chunk of pyrite. And in parentheses it said underneath it, fool's gold. And so I always associated that phrase with that little chunk of rock from my childhood. But thanks a lot. Nice to have you aboard the ClubNet tonight. Hopefully we'll see you at the meeting this month. And don't forget, we got that on the third Thursday of the month on the 18th at the Eagles Club, everybody. With that, WO3X, John, always nice to have you aboard. And I'm going to throw out a quick question for you also, because I've been curious, and it just crossed my mind as I was keying up. I usually keep a good distance between myself and the microphone and talk in a radio voice. I'm probably a good 6 to 8 inches from the mic. If you just give me a report on how the audio sounds and any criticisms or comments you might have. But other than that, Happy New Year, and I know you got a good answer for Eric's question as well.
Yeah, good evening, Dave, and all on the net. This is WO3X. Oh, yeah, your audio is just right there. Regarding popping the clutch, I was on my one of my walks yesterday, and yesterday I was going into Babron Park, and so I was going down the hill, but coming up was a Subaru that kept conking out, and when I got to it, I saw it was a young fella. I guess he was learning to drive it, maybe to get his license or something, but he would start out okay. He would pop the clutch, of course, starting out, and it did okay, but then I think when he shifted it into the next gear, he was putting it in a high gear or something, because then it would stall. So I was thinking to myself that you have to be an old geezer to know how to drive a manual transmission. Let's see, and regarding nickels, for the last 4 years, 5.5 months, I've been getting back the nickels that I started to put in the summer of 1966. So I was putting them in one at a time, and now I'm getting them back one at a time. So I guess I'm living the $5 dream, one nickel at a time coming my way, rather than having to put them in. Let's see, for the trivia question, talking about nickels, I'm going to go with the fifth choice, E-Echo. And so with that, I'd like to wish everybody Happy New Year, and back to the net, W8WKY, this is WO3X.
All right, John, thanks very much. I appreciate that. And sure, I went and started checking some definitions here, and I had a question for you, but it'll come back. I'll catch you another time on that one. Nah, it's gone. Doug, I skipped over you because I actually have you in front of John here. K8ZHG, good evening, Happy New Year, and a little light on the audio, so make sure you give us as much as you can.
W8WKY.
K8ZHG, Doug here. Happy New Year to everyone. And I just want to say that I'm proud to say that I'm a University of Washington alum, and as most of you know, University of Washington, Texas, side in the Sugar Bowl, and they're going to move on to play Michigan next Monday in the National Championship. It was a pretty exciting game. It was down to the last second, and boy, I was pretty worn out by the end of the game, but woke up this morning and just knowing they had one, I was filled with vim and vigor. So using that as a segue, I'm going to choose number E, C8GHG, Dock Connect Control.
All right, Doug, thanks very much. Appreciate that. And, yeah, boy, it usually takes at least a day to recover from New Year's Eve. Like many of my friends, I'm just not there. I can't go out and do that anymore. It used to be fun, but, right now sleeping in and getting the cats mad seems to be entertainment enough. But thanks for being here. Happy New Year, and we'll look forward to checking with you later. Jerry from Shreve, KC8HDP. Good evening, my friend. Thanks for joining us on the Club Net. What do you got for us tonight, W8WKY?
Well, good evening, Dave. Thanks for taking the net this evening. You're doing a great job as always. And thank you, Eric, for the trivia question. I always enjoy your trivia questions, and thank you for it. And I'm going to answer that question now before I forget, and I am going to go with Echo. KA8MNT, Tom's comment about the dark reminded me of George Carlin's Hippy Dippy Weatherman on his AM and FM album. Forecast for tonight, dark with scattered light towards morning. I always thought that was funny. And, yeah, John mentioned manual transmissions, and my dad made me learn on a manual transmission. When I was learning how to drive, I had to start out on a manual shift, because he said if you can drive a stick shift, you can drive anything. Had a great New Year's, quiet, spent it at home. It was nice. Usually get kind of busy sometimes, and it was nice just being able to stay at home and hang out. So wish everyone a very happy New Year, and I don't really have anything else, so I'm going to send it back to you, Dave. W8WKY and the net from KC8HDP 73.
All right there, Jerry. I've done that 3 times already, this net. Don't worry about it. And that's the other thing. That's what I was missing from the I think Doug's conversation there. I made my daughter learn how to drive on a manual transmission, but she got to take her driver's test on an automatic. So she is prepared just in case. And just a quick story there, very quick. When I was in sixth grade, for our talent show right before the end of the year, me and one of my best friends actually did the Hippy Dippy Weatherman, the entire skit on stage. And the vice principal of our elementary school didn't realize what we were doing before we did it. Kay, what you call your pasta? Anyway, thanks, Jerry. You brought back a great memory. Ken, K8OAD. Oh, geez, I can't even read my own writing. Ken Dorsey, good evening, and remind me when the next CERT meeting is, if you know when it is. Over to you.
W8WKY, K8OAD in the group. Good evening, Dave, and good evening, everyone on the net tonight. Dave, the next CERT meeting will be this month on our normal meeting time and date. I believe that's Tuesday. It's on Tuesday. The date is on my phone, but I can get it for you, no problem. And I'd just like to wish everyone a happy New Year. And for the trivia question, I'm gonna go against the grain. Everyone's picking E, so I'll just pick D, Delta, just to be different. That's what D stands for, is different, right? Anyway, one announcement, and I'll probably repeat this several times, but I do plan on operating on the Simplex, the Ohio Simply. I'll be operating from the home QTH, but since I am an Aries official, you do get a bunch of extra points for contacting me. So kind of watch for me on the bands for the Simplex contest if you want a bunch of extra points for your contacts, and I will be, like I said, I'll be bands 6, 2, and 440. So if you get me on one, we can try to switch over to another, and you get me on that one too. So anyway, that's not all I have. I hope everyone has a good week, and I'll turn it back over to Ned. K8OAD.
All right, Ken. Well, I'll tell you what, I will try to remember to mention that when I am net control on the barometer net, and feel free to check in and plug your outing whenever you feel like it. You're more than welcome. I hope you make lots of contacts and have a good amount of fun. So I will just take that as meaning regular. I think it's the third Tuesday of the month, so that'll probably be on the 16th. I'll double check, but I just want to make sure we are back into the routine, and I'll see you over at the fire station. Happy New Year, be safe, and 73, talk to you soon. Mark, KG4SGK, so nice to catch you tonight. Thanks for joining the club net tonight. I'll throw it over to you for your first of the year contacts.
Well, hello, W8WKY and NT8D. Dave, KG4SCK here. It is wonderful to be back in the land of eights. Talking and listening to everyone on an actual rig and antenna. Yep, glad to be back. I'm looking at a new ARRL calendar, and the first page on January looks like it's got the answer to one of Eric ELM's previous questions. Very cute, very cute. The answer tonight, I was going to say tomorrow is my first day back at work at Copley, so I feel John's pain, UIB. I'll be struggling with that nickel tomorrow, flipping it heads or tails. The answer to my Eric's question, I could correct 3 of the 4, so I'm interested to hear him rattle them all off. My answer will be Echo, because I am so glad SLG is filled with vim and vigor. KG4 SCK, back to net.
All right, nice to have you back in town there, Mark, always. I hope to see you at the meeting. And I believe the correct pronunciation is Vega. I think that's how John pronounced it, Vega. I have to go back and find the speech on that one. So, all right, we got your answer. And I'm sure Eric's been keeping track of everybody as well. And for those of you who have picked different answers, just remember that Ron made it a point as net control that if there was a letter left unclaimed, he would claim it just to make sure that all answers had been claimed. So make the sacrifice if you need to. November 8, Whiskey Bravo. Stefan, you're at the bottom of the list. We'll make another round of calls here shortly. NAWB, W8WKY, over to you.
W8WKY, November 8, Whiskey Bravo. Good morning. All right, good morning. Good evening, Dave. Good evening to everyone on the group. It's great to hear everyone. Yeah, I had a fun time running it last week, the last one of the year, so that was pretty cool. I had a lot of stuff I was doing today. Boy, man, being retired is just like, woo! I had a nice eyeglass appointment, and I got to go to the North Luncheon 3 times now in a row. That wouldn't have happened had I been not retired. So that's down. They do that down at the in Elyria. They're at the Jeff Foxworthy restaurant there, off of 57, I think. Well, it's off of a street off of 57, but. And then I had an ear appointment today, which is great. So now I can see and I can hear. It's just fantastic. Yeah, I remember driving. I was taught on all the manual stuff as well. Started with a VW, then a Ford tractor, then a Super M Farmall, and then a Chevy pickup, and then we got an automatic. But and I just wanted to throw one thing out there because KG4 SCK was down there in Kentucky. When I ran the net last week, and he was talking to us all about, well, you know, he had a great time down there playing Dirty Santa. One of the meetings, you're going to have to let us know what that is, or tell us where to buy it, or what you do, or all that kind of stuff. Anyways, I think once you cross the Ohio line, stuff happens. So, other than that, I'm going to go with E for the trivia, and I'm recording this Thursday for the Amateur Radio Newsline. So I'm in the anchor seat, first show of the year, so that'll be kind of fun. I'll send it back to you, Dave. I appreciate you. And I'm not sure if the Wiz is going to be able to jump on tonight, but I'm sure that he says hello to everyone. November 8, Whiskey Bravo, back to W8 WKY.
All right, Stefan, thanks very much. We got you down for E, and tell the Wiz that I will try to catch up with him and you guys on at least one of the Fridays this month. I went into the void, as Nick calls it, last week, and I literally did. I just kind of disappeared off the face of the earth for a few days. And I don't know how, it's just amazing how uncanny social media is. So as I disappeared into the void, I started getting videos of people who died in underwater cave diving tragedies. I don't know how they listen to my mind, but they do. Hi. Anyways, thanks, Stefan. Nice to have you aboard. And again, thanks for just bringing so many new hams into the community here. This is Dave, November Tango 8 Delta, doing business as WAWKY for the Silvercreek Amateur Radio Association Tuesday Night Club Net. I'm at the bottom of our check-in list. We're at the top of the hour here. Is there anybody else who would like to check into the club net tonight? Please call now.
KC8DEO and also KC8DEP there, Dave. We'll just kind of check in and out there, mobile. We're almost home, so everybody have a good evening and Happy New Year.
KC8 Fox Queen Victor. I did not the trivia. I've been listening the last few minutes. KCFQV.
KC3QND Jeannie.
All right, let me make sure I've got it. Happy New Year to you and your XYL. Thanks for checking in. You guys arrive home safely, and we'll look forward to catching you probably at the next meeting. And we got Mark and Jeannie, KC8FQV. Let me go ahead and repeat the trivia question for you guys. Eric, I'm just going to go ahead and do this since I got it written down. Which of the following phrases is actually said correctly? Which of the following phrases, or common phrases, is actually being said correctly? Letter A, flush out an idea. Letter B, sign your John Henry. Letter C, lesser of two equals. Letter D, it takes two to tangle. Or letter E, filled with vim and vigor. And while I got it, Nick, I advised somebody to reread Animal Farm just yesterday. That just came back to my mind. KC8FQV, WAWKY to you for the Tuesday night comments.
All right, good evening, Dave. KCFQV. Well, 48 hours later, here you are again. But I'm going to say D, I think. And some people were saying E, but I think that would be D. Because, well, there's two of them. Well, maybe it would be E. Maybe E is something that's telling you a couple of them are right. But it takes two to tango. Oh, that's right. Yeah, it takes two to tango. They want to sign your John Hancock. So I'm going to say D. I'm going to try Delta, KCFQV. And, yep, flew the drone today a little bit with the video on. So, hey, I seen a little bit. There's a lot more time to do with that. And, for that, it looked like a mouse I used to insert the sensor. I finally popped one of them apart just to see what's in there. Nothing really is in there. I just was curious. A lot of plastic, a lot of money, and then we throw it out. It only carries that sensor to shoot it into me, and then that's it. It's done. So I sent it back to net, KCFQV.
All right there, Mark. We got you down for D Delta, and the technology. I'm just thinking 10 years from now, we are going to be still amazed, because I don't think we really can predict what it's really going to look like. So good luck and have fun this week. Jeannie, you're the last on our list. We might do a real quick last call here, but KC3QND, good evening. Happy New Year.
KC3QND, Happy New Year, everybody on the net. It was a nice day today. Went to the Nor's luncheon at Golden Corral with our quite a few hams that were there. It was nice seeing everybody. The trivia question, I'm going to go, I have no idea, but I'll go with E. That sounds, might as well go with E. And nothing else. Just everybody stay warm and healthy. Healthy is the main part with all the crap going around. So it's KC3, QND, 73, everybody, and have a wonderful evening.
Roger, thank you there, Jeannie. And fortunately, I'm in the position where if I don't feel good, I just call up my clients and said we're going to reschedule our appointment because I'm not going out and working today, and I got no boss to slap me down or dock my pay. So we just reschedule, and I kind of expect my clients to do the same thing. There's tuning a piano is 99% of the time not an emergency unless you got a concert tonight. So, if it's blizzarding, if people are sick, we just kind of, we'll do it next week. It's not a problem. Some folks I've heard picking up the COVID and flu and a couple other respiratory illnesses. I got something about a month or two ago, but it only lasted maybe a day and a half, and I didn't catch a fever. I just knew I got something, and it wasn't really bad, and it didn't last very long. So stay healthy, and I guess just exercise. I've got a treadmill in the shack, just in case. All right, we're at the bottom of the list. Any last-minute check-ins before we go back to Eric for the answer to our trivia question? Please call WAWKY. All right, nothing heard. So with 29 check-ins tonight, including you and me there, Eric, we're going to go ahead and start aiming at the runway here. Happy New Year, and this is a fun one. Go ahead and finish us on out. W8ELM, and don't forget to give us a few comments before you give us your answer.
W8WKY from W8ELM. I will be happy to do that. And after the Christmas season and watching all of the Lawrence Welk reruns and the concerts on TV, I have to agree with either Gilda Radner or Jane Curtin, I don't remember which one said it, that there is entirely too much sax and violins on television now. So that's my first comment. The second one is that in addition to chemistry and physics and various things like that, entomology is an interest of mine, and so is etymology, and that's what tonight's question involves. So these seemingly logical or plausible phrases are known as eggcorns, all one word, EGGCORNS, which sounds like acorns. Eggcorns often arise as people attempt to make sense of a stock phrase that uses a term that's unfamiliar to them. We did very well tonight. We had, 12 correct answers. And the correct answer is E, filled with vim and vigor. And sometimes there is another Victor word added on, so it's filled with vim, vigor, and vitality. So A, alpha, let me get some time. A, alpha, you don't flush out an idea, you flesh out. FLESH, an idea. B, bravo, you don't sign your John Henry. He was a steel driving man. You sign your John Hancock, just like he did on the Declaration of Independence. C, the I think Gary kind of referred to this, the lesser of two equals. There's no logic in that one. Either they're equal or they aren't. And it would be the lesser of two evils, EVILS. And D, delta, it does take two to tangle, but the expression originally was, it takes two to tango. So let's see, I'll get a little more time. We had correct answers from Dave, NT8D, Nick, KD8SLG, Gary, AA8CS, John, KE8UIB, Eric, KE8VZA, John, W2JLS, KE8ZHG, W03X, KC8HDP, KG4SCK, N8WB, and Jeannie KC3QND. Thank you, everyone, for participating tonight. Back to net. This is W8ELM.
Thank you very much, Eric. And I, too, am a fan of both entomology and even more so etymology. I grew up, and it's because of shows like Lawrence Welk, that I actually thought that I could grow up and make a living as a musician. And boy, did that world change. Yes. I think somebody who was related to me actually got to play in that band, if I remember correctly, but I couldn't tell you who it was. It would have been a more distant relative. So let me go ahead and wrap up the net here. We did have 29 check-ins tonight. want to thank everybody who checked in. Thank everybody who is listening. Stefan runs VE exams every other month, so listen up and join us. It doesn't take a whole lot to get your ticket. I'm sure you can do it. And it gets done all the time. So, Stephen, thanks for growing the ham radio community here in Northeast Ohio and helping contribute to the growth of the SARANet. We're starting a new year here, so please join us if you can. Find us at w8wky.org. Join up, come down and meet us at a meeting and say hello, and then you'll want to join up because we are some of the nicest hams in the universe. Again, thanks for listening tonight. This is Dave, NTAD, in Copley, Ohio. We're doing business at the W8WKY. We're going to say 73 to everybody. Return this repeater back to normal amateur radio use until 7 a.m. tomorrow when Fred's going to run the barometer net. Have a great night, everybody. Happy New Year. NTAD, Dave, 73.
N8WHR, last minute.
N8WHR, we'll add you to the list.
Okay, thank you.
I'll send the report to Doug. Happy New Year. NTAD.
Happy New Year, Dave. November 8, Whiskey Bravo.
W8ELM, AA8CS. You still around, Eric? A8 something or other. I'm still here. This is W8ELM. Eric, good evening, and just wanted to say great question, as usual. Yeah, you did such a good job with this. This is pretty amazing. But I did have the question for you. I wanted to ask you the question I asked at the beginning of the net, and that is, if you have 36 sheep and one dies, how many do you have left? Now, that's come from a math person. Well, Gary, I'm going to have to pull out my slide rule here out of the top drawer of the desk. Let me think about that. If you have 30 sheep that are suffering from hoof and mouth disease, and one of them succumbs to the disease, I guess you'd have 29 left. And you are absolutely correct. Ding, 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 ding. I knew if anybody would get that, you would. I just can't tell you how much fun I've had with that over the years. Yeah, I knew that you had that. Well, that's just because you are the incredible scholar that we all know you are, or at least I do. And I think I've said that many times. So I would think most everyone knows that. Anyway, Eric, yeah, I just actually wanted to make sure that that answer is out there. Anyway, yeah, again, another great question, and you are unparalleled at this point. This is AA8CS. Over to you, Eric.
All right. Well, thanks again, Gary. And yeah, I wouldn't have known that answer. I probably heard it from you. So there you go. Anyway, that was interesting. Now, if I am unparalleled, I guess there's no asymptote.
W8WKY.
Asymptote. I know him well. Yeah, we call him A for short. Oh, man. Yeah, well, if you have 36 sheep, you have 36 sheep. That's what happens. All right, Eric, and you are unparalleled. Unfortunately, what does that actually mean? If you are unparalleled, that means that everybody else is, wow, they're intersecting with you. You might want to rethink that. Over.
Yeah, I agree. If you're unparalleled, then there would be an asymptote. I did just pull the slide rule out here, my 22 scale log picket aluminum slide rule, which I have preserved for many years. I think I can still work the C and the D scales, and that's probably about it. AA8CS, W8ELM.
Well, roger that, Eric. Yeah, those days are long gone. I remember with, you know, we didn't use the slide rule so much in math per se, but in the sciences, of course. And I took a couple science chemistry classes, and physics was always my fun spot. But anyway, just a couple classes in the sciences, but basically it was pure math until I decided I was tired of solving for X, and then I went into the language arts a little bit and studied some American and English literature along with a little bit of political science thrown in. It was a product of the time, I think. Over.
Well, I avoided most of those types of questions and those courses as much as possible. I had lots and lots of science courses when I graduated from Ohio State with my bachelor's, which was kind of a shock to me anyway. I was just driving down High Street kind of slowly, you know, checking out the girls and the stores and everything, and I got to 11th Avenue, and some guy came out and handed me a diploma, so that's what I've been using for many years. But anyway, lots and lots of science courses, and wish now that I had spent a little more of my time in the romantic studies, the English, and various things like that. I did have one of my science professors that told me that the difference between, let's see, how about biology and philosophy, was that in biology we learn more and more about less and less until we know everything about nothing. And in philosophy, we learn less and less about more and more until we know nothing about everything.
Well, I will tell you that he was a learned human being. Yeah. And you know, underlying many of those kinds of cliches, maybe, there is always an underlying truth. You know, there's always at least a thread there that makes it interesting. So yeah, I totally agree. One of the most interesting classes I had was in political philosophy. The final exam, we studied all of the political philosophers: Locke, Hegel, Marx, Engels, Mao, etc., etc. You know, the gamut. And so, but and again, I went to a small school. So this class had about eight students in it. We had our final exam at the professor's house, and the final exam was first off, you had to write your political philosophy. So we studied everybody's political philosophy, and he wanted you to write your own. So, you know, you put up, I think I was about 5 to 8 typewritten pages. Anyway, that being said, let me grab a second. That was one thing, which was really pretty cool. But the really cool thing about it was at his house, when we went over to his house, we had to defend our political philosophy because this was actually an introduction to critical political thinking, I think it was. But anyway, the thing we had to defend our philosophy and tear down the other, from another student. So another student would ask you questions about your political philosophy. Anyway, it was really, really interesting. Just absolutely fascinating. And I'm sorry for the verbosity here, but over to you. AA8CS for ID.
Well, it seems like so many years thinking back to those days, and it is so many years. My gosh, it's over half a century. That's just hard to believe, but had some very good times back then, and still enjoy learning, but by golly, it just doesn't come as easy as it used to, that's for sure. Well, Gary, you enjoy the new year. Hopefully things are going to perk up a little bit with these diseases playing out for the year, and won't be too terribly long till most people will be able to get back together with their friends and relatives. And my daughter's just recovering from COVID now, and so far it has not gone through the family, so we're hoping for the best there. Happy New Year and a prosperous one for you. AA8CS, this is W80LM 73.
All right, Eric. Thanks for the chat. Always a pleasure and always fun. And I'm with you. It is. I don't read nearly as much as I used to, and if I were to venture a New Year's resolution, it would be to read more. I used to read a whole lot when I didn't have time, and now I kind of sort of have time, and I don't do enough of it. That's for sure. Yeah, and it's just harder. It is. It just is more difficult. I concur. All right, Eric, have a fabulous evening. You have a happy New Year, and my best to you and yours. We'll talk to you again real soon. You get up early. You should jump into the barometer net every once in a while. Alrighty, W8ELN. This is AA8CS. Eric 73 back at you, buddy. Appreciate it.
W2JLS with a comment, Gary.
Yeah, KCFQ. I thought it was being in, and I mixed up myself. So, we'll listen here, KCFQV.
Hey, John, how you doing? And Mark, you're mixed up? No way. Anyway, not sure what that meant. John, good evening, and go ahead. This is, you got a comment. I assume you were listening to Eric and I talking.
W8WKY.
W2JLS returning. Yes, I was listening. It was a fun conversation. Gary, I will say W8ELM, if he's still listening, I don't know that it's so much that it's harder to learn. It may be harder to remember as time goes on. It seems like up until a few years ago, I could remember everything. Now it seems like it doesn't stick as well as it used to. But it seems like it's easier, actually, to lay hands on learning these days. I envy young people. They have no end of resources with the advent of the Internet and so forth, although they probably have a lot more distractions than we used to, I would say that. And Google's 25 years old today, I think, or this year. Throughout most of the prime of my life, I've had the luxury of Google, but most of that was like post the serious student years. But my comment was for you relative to reading. I'll share, I really had a huge uptick in reading, and I'm using reading in air quotes. As I got into October last year, I was thinking the same thing. I have a lot of books, I collect a lot of books, and I've read a lot of books, but being a busy guy, it's hard to start a book and finish it from front to back. So I start a lot of books and get distracted by other books or life or yard work or kids or work. I read mostly nonfiction, and I like finishing books, and I noticed I wasn't doing as good a job as I used to. So I picked up Audible, and I've replaced a lot of like junk. Not that YouTube is all junk, a lot of great stuff on there, blogs and so forth. I know a lot of people listen to. I only listen to maybe one regularly. But having picked up Audible, I now devour books while I'm multitasking doing other things, and I love it. It's transformed how much of the written, like book written word I can digest and appreciate. I have a lot of time and travel on the road, which is otherwise worthless time generally. And then, doing things like yard work, mowing the lawn, even doing the dishes or cooking, I can listen to and enjoy and devour books. So I'm just throwing that out there. If you don't Audible yet, look into it. Back to you, Gary, from W2JLS.
All right, John, and stand by, Mark. We'll get you in here in just a second. I do have an Audible account that I have put on hiatus at the moment, and have a number of audiobooks, and I've done audiobooks. I do audiobooks when I'm driving, or podcasts when I'm driving. Mowing the lawn, I can do. I've been doing some podcasts that way. That has been made possible by. Well, I used to have a set of those. I'm drawing a blank. Speaking of, can't remember. The isolation headphones, so that the noise doesn't interfere. You can't. Anyway, now with my electric lawnmower. Okay. Now I'm not advocating getting rid of gas, but with the electric lawnmower, it is quiet to the point where I can actually just put my iPods in and and listen that way. So I do that, but there's not a whole lot of that kind of time. I mean, if you're driving to Cleveland every day, which I think you doing something, you do a bunch of driving. I do know that. That is classic. And my daughter, Amy, the youngest, she's always got her iPod stuck in her ears, and she's always whenever she exercises, etc., walks the dogs, etc., she's always listening to something, and a lot of it's books. I agree. Have you used Chirp, John? CHIRP. I've got a bunch of those audiobooks as well.
I actually have not. Not familiar with that. Seems like there's a radio aspect to Chirp, but I don't know the book aspect. And maybe pass it back through Mark, so that I didn't want to skip over him that last time. So pass it back through Fox Queen Victor back to you after that.
All right. Yeah, Eric, that was a good one. And then the way it sounded, it should have been the that one I tried. I got mixed up, But No, we will learn. Well, I mean, yeah, but and Gary, great to know you're using an electric lawnmower. My aunt got one, and I think it's like they talk about like 2.5 hours. I think she was able. I don't know how long it took her to mow the lawn, but I know the mower ran like 2.5 hours. Well, I think it was a Ryobi. They delivered it to her. I think she must have bought online, and they got it, and her boy put together. Well, you don't got to put too much together, but you have to take it off the crate and that. But, yeah, we're changing that. I asked the guy one time, I stopped at the airport, because we had to get a garage door, and I was going to see about getting one of them ones that they use on the airport, because they're so wide that they swing up. And he said it's hard to, well, we just, my sister's her boy, and her daughter's husband, they put a 3-foot addition on the garage, and I think about $6,000 or $7,000 cost us total. It was like $16,000. We had a quote, but he he works in construction. The one kid does. He works in renovation, remodel, and he said a good price. But they put it on, so it's done. So, but I asked the guy at the airport. I said, and he said, no, they wouldn't be able to do airplanes electric because you have the weight, and they have to figure on like 45 minutes extra fuel if you get a delay. So, you never think about them things. And I heard someone talk about a boat being electric. So, a lot of interesting things happening, but we'll send it over your way, Gary. Yeah, mixed that way, let's say mixed up. I knew John signed your John Hancock, and it wasn't signed your whatever it was he had. And I was thinking, no, and I meant an E. But we'll send it over your way, Gary. And hopefully everything's going good in your household over there, KSFQE.
All right, Mark. I think what we need is electric jet fighters. Can you think of the cool memes that you could come up with that? Or let's take a transport from New York to de Gaulle Airport in an electric, and then maybe get a headwind or something, or maybe have to divert, or yeah, you know what? There are things that electric is fabulous for, and someone with a small lawn like me, it's perfect. It really is. Relatively maintenance free. I mean, you got to do the non oil change, gasoline kind of things, but you still have to do all the other stuff. But it's quiet, and I mean, it works for me. And I needed a new lawnmower, so there you have it. Oh boy, let me grab a second. And John, it's chirpbooks.com, CHIRP books, all one word, .com, and it's kind of cool. The thing about it, they send you different specials. They're anywhere from like $1.99 to $4.99 ish, and it's the selection is fabulous. But you can get the higher priced books. Audible, I think you're still paying about $14 a book, if I'm not mistaken, or something like that. But at any rate, it's I do still have the Audible account, but I found Chirp to be a little more to my liking. They have tons of specials, and the if you want the absolute newest that just came out yesterday, you can get that for regular price. Wow. Anyway, over to you, John. ACS for ID.
W2 Jealous returning. Yeah, I'll check it out when you threw the the .com out there. I looked it up on my phone real quick. I have not really seen that, so yeah, I'll poke a look at it and see how that goes. Audible, I'm sure if you've got an account, you've probably downloaded the app on your phone and such. That's how I listen almost exclusively. So that works out great for me, and it keeps your library right there. You can, eat the book, devour the book, consume the book, and then it sits in your library as finished. And if you want to go back and refer to it, you can. I like the feature of being able to accelerate the pace of the reading. I find for most books I'm able to comfortably listen at a 1.5 times the standard speed. Occasionally a little faster depending on the reader, but that works out great to make things go even faster. And then if you kind of lose concentration, it's easy to hit the back 30 seconds button and go back, if you need to re-listen. I don't know, a lot of cool features there, and I will say the content is very good. And I find myself looking at books that I would probably not purchase at the bookstore and keep in my personal collection forever in hard copy. I've actually gone back and listened to some books I enjoyed, 15 and 20 years ago. Or, occasionally you'll buy a doorstop with good intentions of reading the doorstop, and you just, again, going back to the point about time, you pick it up and you're like, God, I never get around to it. Or you read a bit and then you set it aside. This way, you go back and read the doorstop that you have sitting on the shelf, and it's complete. Anyway, very cool. I guess I was going to wander out of the radio room for a spell. I might wander back down here eventually, but thanks for the chat. Appreciate it. Enjoyed listening to Eric and his trivia question. It was a great net with Dave tonight. Cast of our regular stars, our radio superstars on the Sarah Club. Anyway, thanks for the after chat, Gary. W2JLS, I'll pass it back around for one more and then out.
Well, yeah, KCFT. It's good when you listen to always learn things. I was thinking when Gary said chirp, or was it you? I was thinking chirp, that program we use for the HTs. Well, I'll send it over to Gary, and Gary's going to get ready for his Wednesday night. Yeah, Gary, Wednesday night, 24 hours. You'll be doing your love. Yeah. QV, over you come, Gary.
Oh, Mark, well, you nailed me. Yeah, you got it. It's Beer Wednesday tomorrow. I do enjoy that. I've done this with, my best friend from junior high school. We've known each other from 7th grade, and we still are. Well, I always say we're not really friends anymore, but we have to keep each other close because we know too much. So that's what that's all about. But anyway, I'm not sure how I got on that tangent. Anyway, I did want to say this, John. In terms of the reading part, my only problem with audiobooks is I'm not an audio learner. I get more out of things visually, and so for me, reading an actual book is more productive. So if it's anything of any depth, I probably want either to get the hard hardbound book out of the library or buy it. But I want a hardback book. And those are books that I want to make sure that they don't change electrically down the road. Never thought I had to think about that, but yeah. Anyway, that's all I got, John. I'm out of here as well. So Mark, you 73 to you. John 73. Yeah, I might venture back down here in a little bit. We'll see what's going on, and I'm going to have to get my mother-in-law to bed here pretty soon. So probably about 10 o'clock. So that's coming up. Anyway, over to you, John, for your final. I'll be clear when you're done.
PC.
Hey, Dustin. Yeah, I'll be clear here shortly myself. We'll just say 73 to you, Gary. Maybe hello to you, Dustin. Not like I said to Gary, I'll be back down in the radio room after a spell. I might need to run to the store real quick. Then I'll be back. But yeah, your comments about having a real book and visual learning, I think, is very real, very human. I'm definitely the same way. Erica has actually told me she doesn't do Audible because of that. She
hey, Eric,
can't really.
I believe you were there.
Sit well in her brain.
KSFTV, and Gary, I think he was going to sign after you signed.
And I
so,
love
good evening, Andrew, and I'm trying to think of the other
got my collection
person.
I've had since
yeah, we were just chatting. KSFTV.
So I'm particular about what I pick up, and running out of room. I need to get a bigger house. But yeah, love a book, and I hope we never, ever lose published matter on
ACHJFT listening
paper in your hand. Dustin, I'll be listening over for a spell here, and then I'm going to clear W2J to Dustin.
I don't know if the office is working or not. Hello, Rich, KCHJFP. We got KPC, I heard. Hello, Mark. ACF took off. I am heading home from the Warren Amateur Radio Association club meeting. Rich, over to you, and then pass it to Dustin. How you doing there, Rich? It's good to see you tonight.
Okay, real good.
I'll stop.
Yeah, I just left Quaker Steak and Lubes, ordered my wings, and I am headed on the way home now. So I didn't know how late you guys stayed there, so I didn't hear you on 970, so I figured I'd try this. Go ahead, Justin, KCHJFT.
All right, thank you, gentlemen. You both just stomped right over W2JLS there. I heard all y'all both, and Mark too. But John, I heard your transmission. I'll say 73 to you for now, and I'll hopefully catch you later on. Same goes with Gary. We'll say 73 to you, and if you want to come back too, we'll be here late on into the evening. We'll say good evening to everybody else out there. I think it was Rick or Rich maybe, and Andy, and then I think Mark is still out there, QC8FQV. But we are here. We're playing radio, and we're hanging out. Over to you, Andy.
Yeah, sorry, John. I mean, that's why I was wondering that we were getting very, very long pauses here, and I was like, well, are they talking or not? And it's been happening quite a bit here. So, sorry, John, for stepping on you, but it was all quiet up here in Newberry. So anyway, yeah. Rich, you must have been in a sprinster mood. I didn't even cross my mind to stop at Quaker Steak to get some of those sprinsters, but maybe we'll have to do that next time. I don't know. I wasn't going to make the next club meeting, but here, if I don't make it, they might elect me to do something, because next club meeting will be our election night, and that's the rumor floating around. Show up to defend yourself, or you'll get elected doing a job that you may or may not want. So anyway, over to you there. Let's see here. I don't know if Mark's still there or not. Rich, take it away there. KC8JFP in the group, baby. Get him out.
Yeah, I'll just be listening here. I want to leave it in that mode. KSFQ8.
Okay, I'll have to pause there to make sure nobody got left out this time. But I'm the same way. I didn't hear anybody talking, so other than you, Andy. And yeah, I was originally going to go there, and I figured, well, I'll stop in there. I think I got their salad last time, so I figured I'd stop and get some to take home with me to eat either later on tonight or tomorrow. That salad wasn't too bad there. So anyway, I had enough. I knew if I got out of there in time, I'd be able to get there because they closed at 10 o'clock. So, and I got out like, I don't know, well, when I got out, I tried 970 and didn't hear you. And like I said, I switched over to this one by the time I got on 82 and headed back towards the center of the world.
Gary on there, gents. I'm on the phone. KD80PC.
All right, Dustin. Okay, I figured you'd be on the air. I was wondering how you were feeling there, Dustin. It sounds like you're feeling a little bit better than you've been. So anyway, very good there. Yeah, I actually called you on 97 as well there, Rich. When I was pulling out of the restaurant, we were, there was still Steve and Gia, and probably half of them were still there. Ron had left, you had left, and I think everybody else was still there, actually. I was only the third one that left, so they weren't in a hurry to leave, but, you know, I've got probably the furthest drive of all of them. I've just about hit the halfway point, which Parkman I consider about halfway. It's about 20 minutes to Warren from Parkman. It's about 15 minutes from my house to Parkman. So that's the closest halfway reference point. So I don't know. I wouldn't mind going back to Quaker Steak again. I like those Sprinters as well. So I'm glad you got your chicken fixed there. I to getting one of those Hawaiian quesadillas at the Mexican restaurant. Quite tasty, although I don't think they put as much meat on it as they did last time, but what do you expect anymore? KCAJFP, I think it's only just you and me for now. Mark's gone, Dustin's on the phone. I think it's me. If anybody else wants to join us, come on in. This is ABNML Mobile in downtown Parkman, if there is such a place.
Oh, yeah. Parkman used to have, I don't know if it still does or not, they used to have their own post office right there on the corner of 528 and 608, but I think they moved it. But anyway, I am in the driveway, so I will go ahead and listen out. This will be my last one from the center of the world. This is Kilo Charlie 8, Juliet Foxtrot Papa.
All right, Rich, from the world-famous center of the world. Well, locally famous, I guess. All right, you take care there, Rich. Yeah, it's kind of weird that the post office, it's back. It was there, yeah, at that little, they turned that, what was the old Parkman post office into like a bed and breakfast. And for a couple years, they got rid of the post office, and then they built another one when they expanded, when the gas station there expanded. You know, they changed from BP to Golf and built, I don't know if, how often you call up the Parkman, but they greatly enlarged their store and the about the pumps and everything. And when that happened, the post office decided to build another facility right next to the gas station. So Parkman has a post office again after a couple years hiatus, which was kind of hairy because Parkman split. Without the Parkman post office, it was split into like 3 zip codes. You had 44062, which was Middlefield, that was north of 422. If you went west, that was Garrettsville, west and south. And if you went east of 528, let's see, I think I was Mespo or something. It was really, really weird. So maybe people couldn't get the zip codes right. I don't know, but it just makes it easier when Parkman has its own post office, I suppose. All right, Rich, you take care. You're probably shutting off the radio. I'll be here for about another 10, 15 minutes. This is ABNMO Mobile.
Anyone out there to tell me if I'm getting into the repeater okay?
All right, I really had to turn my volume up for that one, but this is Alpha Bravo 8 Mike Oscar. Name here is Andy. Good evening.
Hi there, Andy. This is KE8ZLD in Canton, Ohio.
KE8 is a Bravo Lima Delta. Okay. Let's see here. We got a couple of repeaters connected here through Allstar. So you're probably on 147.390. That's in Doylestown, Ohio. And it covers Canton pretty good, I think. I've checked in from North Canton and never had a problem getting into the repeater. So, all righty. I'm sorry, I missed the name if you mentioned the name, but yeah, I'm on my way home from a club meeting. Well, we had the club meeting, and then we usually go out for dinner. So I got my belly full of Mexican. Went to a local Mexican restaurant, and it was pretty good. So anyway, good evening. Back to you.
W8WKY.
Yeah, this is a KE8ZLD. Sorry about that, and I'm glad you had some good food tonight, and this is my first transmission, so thanks for getting back to me.
Wow, this is delightful. Welcome to Amateur Radio. Okay, so let's see, Zulu Lima Delta, I want to say. I'm guessing that's your phonetics. I know we're in the KE8. We're almost in the KF8s. So I knew we were in the KE8Zs. So very good there. Yeah, welcome to Amateur Radio. you found probably one of the busiest repeaters around, which is W8WKY. It's got a really good footprint, and a few of the repeaters, not a lot of them, but a few of them, and W8WKY is one of them. The one that I'm on, W8OKE, up in Geauga County, is another one. They're both pretty good high-profile repeaters, and they both have Allstar. So, and that's a linking. That's amateur radio linking network via the internet. So it's lets people check them from all over the place who normally wouldn't be able to. So. Great to have you there. What's the name on that end? Name here is handy. And let's see, I've been a ham for over 24 years now. I got my license when I was 16, so I turned 40 last year. So this, let's see here, in 2024, yeah, this year, come August, will be 25 years. I can't believe it's been that long. What's the name on that end?
Hi there. Yeah, you were right. It's Kilo Echo 8 Zulu Lima Delta, and the name is Justin in Canton, Ohio, on a Yaesu handheld.
Oh, wow, this will be fun. We got a Dustin and a Justin. All right, Justin, very good there. So, what got you interested in ham radio? I'm kind of curious. We're glad to have you. And you're going to make a lot of new friends on the air if you want to stick with it. Your handheld's working well. Are you just using the rubber duck, or you have an external antenna with that thing?
I actually have it one of those eBay J-poles. They're like the roll-up kind. I have it up in my attic with 25 foot of cable running up there.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know how well 147.39 does well. I don't know how well it does in Canton on handheld coverage, but yeah, you got a good signal in the repeater. From what I can tell, pretty much what we call full quieting, or some of the old guys would say Q5, which is a CW term. But you got a a very, very good signal in the repeater there, Justin. So, ladder line J-pole. Okay, I have one of those. We built some of those as a club project. I hug right up, and for some reason or other, it doesn't work now. It's the SWR's off, so I got to figure out what happened to it between the time that it got built over at the club meeting to what happened to it when I got it home, because now it doesn't work. But I got one of those. All right, it's definitely working for you, Justin. Yeah, no problem hitting this repeater. Let's see, there's some 440 machines around too. So one that I use on 440, if you've got, although I don't know if that J-pole does more than 2 meters. Is it a dual band or just a mono band 2 meter J-pole?
Yeah, it's a dual band J-pole roll up.
All right, well, excellent there. Yeah, one of them that I think you would have an easy time hitting is up in Uniontown. I know the guy who owns that repeater quite well, 442.0 with a 131.8 hertz tone. Most of the this one is an oddball at 114.8, but a lot of the ones in Northeast Ohio on 2 meters use 110.9. And a lot of them in Northeast Ohio on UHF 70 centimeters use 131.8. So the one that I told you about, the one that you would get into easiest would be 442.0. Probably wouldn't have any trouble hitting that one, but that one is linked to 2 other repeaters all the way up, one in Akron and one way up here in Chardon. So that's a fairly active group there too. I don't know if the Sarah clubs. I know that they have a digital UHF repeater, but I don't know if that will do analog. I never checked. I tried it on Yaesu System Fusion once, and I can just barely get into it. So the mere fact that it hears me at all is amazing on UHF. So, but this is a very high-profile repeater, and there's quite a lot of activity. So anyway, when did you get your license there, Justin? You said I was your first contact. I'm your first contact, which I'm very honored. And yeah, give me. I'm on the road here, but I want to send you a QSL card because my first contact did that for me. So I want to do that for you. So I want to commit your call sign to memory there, and I want to send you a card. KE8, is it Zulu Indian November? This is Alpha Bravo 8 Mike Oscar.
Yeah, it's Kilo Echo 8 Zulu Lima Delta.
All right, Zulu Lima to ZLD. Okay, KEZLD. Okay, very good there, Justin. So anyway, tell me, how did you get into amateur radio? I popped that question, and I've been running my mouth way too much.
Yeah, that's okay. I mostly did it just to prove that I was capable of passing the test, and I ended up going to the Ham Fest at the Maps Museum and took the test there.
Oh, that's fabulous. I didn't get a chance to go to the Mosley Ham Fest this year, like the day before or 2 days before the Ham Fest. I was cleaning the gutters and I fell off my ladder and sprained my ankle. So that squashed my chances of going to Maslin this year. But I try to hit that one. I like that one. It's an indoor ham fest. Well, you knew that. And did you get a chance to tour some of the Maps Museum? Because I did that last year, and that was worth the drive in itself.
Yeah, I peeked around it a little bit. I'm pretty local to it, so I've been there a few times, but didn't really go too into detail with it. But it was interesting going to the Ham Fest there, seeing all the booths set up with all the specialized equipment. So I'm a little in over my head on that, but I'll get there.
Alrighty, yeah. KE8ZLD, Zulu Lima Delta, I think you want to say. I think it is. I'm trying to remember that, but this is AB8MO. Yeah, well, that's okay. Just kind of. This is a lifelong learning experience. Like I said, I've been a ham for almost going on 25 years, and I'm still learning things. When I first got in the ham radio, there were 5 license classes, 3 Morse code elements, and of course 5 written elements. And I got in. The entry was still there was still novice, which they did away with testing for novice. There's still novice class licenses out there, but they haven't issued a novice license in almost 25 years at this point. I think 2000 is when they got rid of novice. So a lot has changed. A lot of amateur radio has gone into digital modes. There's voice digital modes. I know some people, let's see, Nick, KD8SLG, and Dustin, KD8EPC, they talk a lot on D-Star, and a lot of people like DMR. There's voice digital modes, and there's data digital modes, and of course there's still the original digital, which would be CW. It's not a requirement to learn anymore, but I did have to learn it because at the time I took my general class exam, it was still required.
that sounds pretty advanced. I'm looking. I'll probably take upgrade from my technician within the year. I took the test for the next level, but I didn't quite pass it. So, but I'm looking forward to talking a little further, maybe across the country with HF, I believe it's called. So that's going to be the next step I kind of look into. Maybe making an antenna to put up in the attic. But other than that, it was good talking to you. I have work tomorrow morning, so I should probably get off of here soon.
All right, Justin. Hey, you know, a good time, man. Yeah, I got work. I got that thing called work too. It's at. I got to get up at 7 o'clock, so I just pulled in the driveway myself. Like I said, I left one of the clubs that I'm involved with. I'm a member of the Sarah Club too, that sponsors this repeater. I know that there's you know the Mosley Amateur Radio Club, which you're nice and close to, and there's probably one or two around Canton somewhere. I'm not familiar with the clubs down there in Stark County. But yeah, get involved with a local club. You know, the Sarah Club is one of the, I think it's probably one of the larger clubs. They got a lot of on-air, activities. I imagine that they're going to do Winter Field Day. You might check into that. It's the last full weekend in January. I don't know if the Sarah Club is doing it. I know for sure the Warren Amateur Radio Association, we are participating in Winter Field Day, and we were talking that today at tonight's club meeting, radio setups and all that stuff. So, look up, see what clubs are on you. If the Sarah Club isn't participating, I'm absolutely sure some club near you in Stark County or around is probably doing Winter Field Day. So that would be an excellent opportunity if you want to get on HF, because you would do it under a club call sign. So you would be allowed to get on HF and get your feet wet and test the waters. So and that's only in a few weeks, Justin. So at the end of the month. So hey, it was great making your acquaintance, and don't be a stranger. Learn about, don't get too overwhelmed. If you got any questions, just ask, and a lot of people will be glad to help you along there. So I'll listen for your final there, Justin. Have yourself a great night. This is Alpha Bravo 8 Mike Oscar in Newberry, Ohio, and I will listen for your final.
Well, that sounds good. I'll have to check out that Winter Field Day. That sounds very interesting. I also should probably join a club as soon as possible. But I just wanted to thank you for being courteous to me for a first-timer. It is a little nerve-wracking, but I'm happy I talked to someone finally. So thank you very much, and I hope you have a good night. And this is KE8VLD Clear.
WADPC is listening on the 3-9.
There's the D. The J just left. KD2 HCE monitoring.
How you doing, buddy?
Happy New Year. I got an antenna in the shed for you.
Well, it's going to have to wait. I'm positive with the COVID right now.
Oh, no. We are no-vid over here, and I am RSD shot up, and I am good to go. I am ready for the season.
Trust me, I had no plans of catching this gunk, but I've been sick for a couple of days now. Left work sick this morning because I was like, I am just dying. Came home, took the test, and sure enough, almost immediately it went to positive. So now we're quarantined here for a while. Already bored out of my mind, and it's not even been a full day yet.
Yeah, when I had it back in September, it was the first time I ever got it, and it was basically like a really bad allergy attack. Cough twice. It wasn't horrible. I mean, it was not anything. It was really like bad allergies. I had a stuffy nose. It was all on my nose. It didn't go anywhere near my chest. It was good. And didn't lose any taste. Lisa lost taste a little bit for a day or two. Wasn't horrible. They gave me the Paxlovid. They gave her something else. And by the third day, I was feeling real good. I was ready to go. I felt a lot better. Fever, I let the fever run a little bit. Don't take the fever away. Let it run a little bit. Leave the fever as high as you can handle it, like 101, 100, and it'll go by faster. It just works better. So if you can handle it, it's the only suggestion I can give you from all of my medical friends. Over to you, KD2HC.
All right there. Yeah, you know, the first day wasn't so bad. I woke up with a stuffy nose and kind of a little bit of a sore throat, and I was like, oh, it's allergies or cold or whatever, so I didn't think much of it. And then Sunday, I came home, I laid down, and by Sunday night, I was just, oh man, was I sick. I was cold, and I was hot. My nose was stuffed up. I had a pounding headache. My dinner came back out, and I bowed down to the porcelain throne for almost an hour, so it was not too good, and yesterday I just slept all day. Like I said, today I tried to go back to work and made it about an hour before I said I can't do this anymore. And yeah, now my boss told me don't come back for a week or until your COVID test comes back negative.
W8WKY.
Well, go to a video chat with your doctor and get Paxlovid sent to your pharmacy. And if I'm not mistaken, Paxlovid, I think only CVS carries it. So you have to go there to get it. And you can get it at the door. They'll come out and drop it off to you.
Interesting. I do have a video doctor's visit with my doctor tomorrow because I had another appointment. I called and canceled it, told him I tested positive for COVID. Not 20 minutes after that, my doctor was calling me. I guess they must have typed it in the computer when I rescheduled that other appointment.
Yeah, I got mine. Paxlovid's covered, and everybody covers it. Any prescription coverage covers Paxlovid. It's twice a day. It's two different ones. There's a red and a blue or whatever. There are two different colors that you have to take twice a day. And you take one of each in the morning, one of each at night, and you take that for like 5 days. And then you'll get it back a little bit. But remember, the trick is your body runs a fever to fix what's going on. So don't clobber the fever. Don't get the fever away, otherwise it'll take longer. Because running the fever keeps the virus at bay. When I first went to the hospital, I went to the emergency room, I had 103.5, and I'm usually 97. When I get 98.6, I have a pretty good fever. I run low. I usually run below 98. Like 97.7 is my normal, regular, everyday temperature. So when I go to normal, I'm a degree high to start with, almost a degree high. So me at 103.5 would be everyone else's like 104.5. So I was up there. I was not. It was too high to drive at that point. I had to bring it down to me being 102.2 to drive over, and it was still kind of fun driving. She wasn't home, so I had to do it myself. I wasn't taking a squad over there for a fever. No. So I went there. They broke it, and then I drove home like 6 hours later. I think I sent you the video of the clock. I asked them what they were doing with my IV. I said, I did. I sent that to you.
Oh yeah, my neighbor left a thermometer at my door today after I had, actually I called her earlier in the day and asked her if she had any COVID tests. She brought me a couple of those, and that's how I took the test. And then she brought me a thermometer a little later. This morning when I checked it, I haven't checked it recently, it was 101.9, which is pretty high considering my temperature is usually about 97.5. But, you know, this evening I feel all right. I slept most of the day, like I said, ate some soup earlier, so other than being stuffed up and a little bit of a headache, I don't feel so bad right now.
No, if you can keep it about 100.5, 101, and just take enough Tylenol to keep it in there, stay there. It'll go by faster. It'll eat itself. That was my trick. And I was feeling better on the second day. And it was a lot better because the fever was up there beating it up on top of the antiviral. So it was a triple whammy. So it went, I don't know, is this your first time or no?
This is the first time I'm confirmed to have it, but I think I had it like the December before COVID was a thing because everybody at my work got sick and we were all wiped out for a couple of weeks. But this is the first time that I've confirmed had it.
Well, every doctor friend that I know says don't take your fever down to normal. Leave it up a little bit and let it work the job on top of everything else. And it's much better. And the Paxlovid, expect a rebound a little bit after you're done with the pills. You'll kick back up for a day or so. You'll be like, it tries. It has one last stand. And you've already built up the tolerance to it, but it goes for one last hurrah. But because you let your fever run up a little higher, you have more antibodies on board, and it's just like, no, and you're done. And it's like for a half a day, it comes back for, it wants to try, but it doesn't have anything for what your body's built up for at that point. And it's funny, because they all said this is going to happen, and I'm like, no. And all of a sudden, out of nowhere, it's like, oh, I feel like crap for 6 hours. And then it went away.
Well, that's not so bad. Yeah, I'll just be glad when it's done and over, because I don't like being cooped up here in the house. The good news is at least the next 2 days are my regular days off. I'm going to miss a few more, I'm sure, because I think the minimum is 5 days quarantine, but I'll talk to the doctor and see what he has to say about it tomorrow. So, good times, but definitely not what I was expecting. I figured I either had the flu or a cold. I guess that's basically what this is now anyway, is a glorified cold.
KD2HCE for ID. Yeah, that's basically what, like I said, it was a bad allergy attack. I was hoping, not hoping, but I was expecting a lot worse, but I was up to, 5? Because I had to get jabbed. I didn't want to, but anytime you get your own tolerance to something, it's much better natural than anything artificial. But because of Lisa having leukemia, we have to be a little more careful for her. Otherwise, I wouldn't have done it. I would have fared my own. Being from New York, we've been through a lot more than many people just by being in that population quotient. So being through that corridor, we built up a little better immunity coming out here. I've always fared better than most people out here because of my growing up immunity. But this is new, so I got a few, and I think it helped it get better. It made it less worse. I think it kept me from me and my other medical issues. I think it kept me from dying, but other than that, it's now weakened enough where I hate the term herd immunity, but yeah, I think there's enough immunity going around that it's weakened. Unless something really breaks through at this point, I think it's, like you said, a glorified cold.
Baby in a boat. Go ahead, Andy. Oh, just saying hello. Hi, Dustin. Go ahead, Dustin. Well, howdy there, Andy. Good to hear you out there. We'll add you back into the rotation there. Boy, I just lost my train of thought. It done derailed, crashed, and burned. So over to you, KD2HCE from KD80PC.
KD80PC, KD2HCE. Hi, Andy. Happy New Year. I heard Andy talking to Justin, and there was a Justin, and now we have a Dustin. That's what that comment was for. So I was eavesdropping while I was doing my emails. We're up to 699 members now, so we're doing pretty good. Anthony was eavesdropping again tonight. He's improving slowly improving. It's going to be a very long haul, but there's improvement. Enough to note that there's been an improvement. He lost his roommate to COVID. 90-something-year-old roommate got COVID, and it was expected, so he succumbed to COVID. So he's alone in his room now, and that's why he had COVID at Christmas, because his roommate had COVID. So luckily, he's on a vent. He's on a trach tube, so he's got filtered air. So he got COVID, but it wasn't as bad as it could have been. So he got a slight case of COVID, if you could call it that. But she went to visit him tonight, so he's better, and she could visit again. But the running joke is, who's been breathing down his trach tube that we don't know about? So that's the running joke at this point. We have bad humor. We really do. So that's the running joke at this point. Who's sneaking a breath down his tube? So over to you, Andy. AV8MO, KD2HCE.
All right, guys. Yeah, I'm actually coming in straight on RF. I gave up on Allstar. I feel really bad about walking all over John. Literally, Rich and I, we waited probably 30 seconds. There was nothing there. Then we heard Mark in there, so we figured everything was clear. I thought everything was clear. So, and then we heard nothing for another 15 seconds. So, if Allstar is going to be that bad, I just won't use it, and I'll just have to come in on RF, and I'm just going to have to. I've got a 3-element dual band beam that I want to put up. I just got to get a longer ladder to get up there and put it on my tripod, and hopefully that'll get me into the repeater more reliable, and I won't have to suffer with Allstar anymore, because I'm getting extremely fed up with it at this point. So Dustin rather. Yes, it was Justin. I just finished filling out a QSL card for him. I'm going to drop it in the mail tomorrow. And that was really cool that I was his first first amateur radio contact. I'm glad he was able to
work up the nerve to get on the air. I think we all, well, maybe it was easier for others. I know it was very, very difficult for me. I probably was listening for a good 2 or 3 days before I finally worked up the nerve to push the PTT switch and actually throw off my call sign. So it was a real treat talking with Justin. Just like it is a real treat to talk with Dustin. Hopefully you're doing well there. KD8EPC to take it, AB8, I'm out.
All right, thanks there, Andy. All is well in the world here. Like I said, a little sick, but not so bad. Being stuck around the house is probably going to be the worst part of the whole operation there. Yeah, as far as Allstar goes, so John was talking. He may have keyed right after the repeater beeped, but after John was talking, Mark started talking then. And then I heard nothing, and then I heard you guys start talking, so must have just not dropped out in time. Sometimes Allstar's a little funny like that. A lot of people think it happens at the beat, but you got to give it an extra half a second, and that can be difficult at times. But you're making it in, and hopefully you'll get that beam put up here in place real soon. So that's the story with that. Otherwise, not a whole lot going on here, gentlemen. Just hanging out here at the house, and I'm going to try to keep myself busy here for a few days. Boy, there was something else I wanted to say, but I don't know what it was. So, KD8EPC, over to you, Chris.
KD8EPC and the small group, KD2HCE. No, I was trying the 015. I'm pointing at Michigan right now. I'm pointing at Detroit. That's the front of the house. And the other night it was New Year's Eve morning at 5 in the morning. I couldn't sleep. My feet were up, and when my feet are up, I'm up. And neuropathy is not fun. So, short story short, I'm like, okay, let's see what's up going on at 5 in the morning. Let's see what repeaters I can get this. I come over here in the chair, and I'm facing up there, and there's 2 repeaters up there. You all know WR8DAR, that's in Detroit, and then there's the K8UNS, the Livonia repeater. They have a Thursday night net, and I'm hitting both repeaters on 50 watts. They're doing S3. I almost get full quieting, so I put the amp on full quieting, no problem, because I can hear the squelch tails when they hear me back. And then, okay, let's see who else we get. So we spin it east, and the K3QY out in Pennsylvania, and I'm getting him at 50 watts, no problem. And then we swing around, there's another one down in West Virginia. So all 3 of these repeaters are at 120 miles, 110, 120 miles. And I'm getting them at 50 watts, vertical. And they're all there. There's a 955 repeater in West Virginia. I think it's in Charleston, I'm not sure. But it's got wide coverage. It's got like 5 or 6 inputs, but it was pretty good. And there was some range. What else? Christmas was not fun. I can't tell you what happened over the radio, but we had guests, and they ended up cooking their own food and leaving. And then they left our oven on for 3 hours, and it was I'll just say you can infer what kind of a show that it was when I had to wear waders, and they were not hip waders; they were full chest waders. Okay, that's how bad of a show it was. So yeah, as soon as they cooked their food in our oven and left it on for 3 more hours, they left. So it was not a fun day. So we're recovering from that too. Yeah. So Dustin, I hope you do feel better. And I'm going to take a pass for the next round. I'm going to go run a couple of emails down here. So with that, I'll time out for time. Before it bites me, I probably just made it. And with that, over to you, Andy, AB8MO, KD2HCE.
Well, I am extremely familiar with the discrepancy between the repeater reset speed and when Allstar actually resets. I timed it one time. It's about a half a second after the courtesy code. Literally, as soon as somebody hears the beep and if they crunch it down, it's not reset. and everything Allstar just goes down entirely. So anyway, I'm not going to beat that with a dead horse. We all know that's a problem, and I don't know what to do about it other than to come in on RF only and give up on Allstar because I don't want to come across as that person who's just stomping on everybody and just being an aggravation to everybody. I don't want to be that person. I really, really don't. I want to be as courteous as I possibly can, and if I have to give up Allstar, that's what I'll do. So anyway, such as that. So anyway, hold on a sec. Had a cough. So Dustin, I'm going to go around maybe once or twice more, and then I'm going to start getting ready for bed here. But Dustin, do you happen to know if the Sarah Club is going to do Winter Field Day? I was talking with Justin about that. KE8ZLD is his call. And I mentioned about Winter Field Day. He talked about wanting to get involved with HF, and I told him Winter Field Day would be an awesome opportunity. And I was wondering if you knew the Sarah Club was going to participate in Winter Field Day. KD8EPC, this is AV8MO.
All right there, Andy. Well, we'll let you get to bed here before too long. I don't think that the club is doing Winter Field Day. We did it one year a couple of years ago, and, we didn't make that many contacts. It was kind of cold, a little bit miserable, so I don't think we're planning on doing it. I haven't heard anything. I would have thought if we were going to do it, I would have heard by now, so I'm assuming we won't have anything until regular Field Day as far as operating events like that go. But don't quote me because I'm not sure. KD8EPC.
Alrighty, I think, Chris had to walk away there for a minute. Okay, yeah, I was the same thing. I would think if the club was actually going to do Winter Field Day, they would have said something about it by now. Because I know the Warren Club, we've been talking about doing Winter Field Day since October. Apparently, we found out that they changed the rules to allow multiple stations on one band. So actually, one of the guys built a device that will phase cancel 180 degrees out of phase, so you don't have any problem with descent, and you can have at least two stations operating on one band. So we're going to try that this year, having two radios, two stations on one band, two separate antennas, but we're going to be using this phase cancellation circuit that the club member built, and we're gonna have two stations on 40 meters. It's going to be kind of slick. I'm told it works quite well, so we're going to find out, and we'll probably have I think we were talking we're going to have an 80-meter station, probably one for 20. So I think we'll be running 4 stations. So I'll probably go there for a little while. I'm probably not going to stay the whole time, but I'm definitely planning on at least putting in a couple hours for Winter Field Day.
There you go. I'm looking forward to Summer Field Day and seeing what we're going to do antenna-wise and stuff, because my understanding is we're not going to use the big monstrosity that doesn't work.
Oh, okay. I think I know what you're talking about. Well, let's see here. You guys have ways of getting wire antennas up, and I know certainly the Warren Club. They operate Field Day out of Mosquito Lake State Park, and I know where they set up. There are a couple of pretty tall oak trees that they drape wires over, and it definitely works pretty well. And I know I imagine that the Sarah Club is going to have it over at that VFW hall again, and I think there were a couple trees. I know there was one, and I want to say there maybe was 2.
but or even I don't know. I know we were using a mast and making some inverted Ds, and I don't know if we just gave up on that and decided to use the trees and just made them flat top dipoles. I think that's what the Warren Club does. So I'll probably do both again. I'm a stickler for punishment with that, showing up for Sarah's field day for a few hours and then operating from field day site for WADTV. I think last year I went from 3 p.m. to about 3-4 o'clock in the morning between the two sites. I was deep, definitely. This is AB8MO. All right, wanted to leave a little pause there just in case. But, yeah, you know, I look forward to Sarah's field day. I didn't even operate last year at field day. I just hung out. But this coming year, I definitely plan to do a little more operating. And, heck, I may even do a little bit on my own here at the house. You never know. I'm hoping to have the HF antenna. I was hoping to have it up already. I've got it sitting here. It's just a matter of getting out there and putting it up now, and I keep putting it off. So maybe that's what I'll do while I'm quarantined. I can't go anywhere else. I could at least try to hang an antenna up.
Comment.
Yeah, what are you going to try there? I know you said you had that 5 BTV from your uncle, and you tried to get that working, and you couldn't. Are you going to try to like ground mount that thing, or what are you going to try for an HF antenna there?
The 3.5 BTV.
I heard you. I think I heard somebody else say comment too.
Comment with KD8SLG. No winter field day. The official Sarah stance on winter field day is a glass of bourbon in front of your regular station, and if you have the option, a nice open fireplace with a fire burning in it. That's field day in the winter. January 13th, I believe it is, we're having our first our first initial meeting about summer field day and where we're going with antennas and all of that stuff. We're going to start that process on the 13th. So thought I'd give you a little bit behind the curtains there. KD8SLG, I'm clear. Back to you, Dustin.
All right, thanks there, Nick. Appreciate you hopping in and giving us that info. And let's see there. Andy, I haven't even messed with that 5BTV. I know it's missing some parts, and I've got the list of parts. I just haven't gotten around to messing with it. I have a 9-to-1 unknown over here, and I'm going to run a random wire antenna. It's like 30-some feet long. It supposedly will tune up on 40 through 6, but we'll see what happens. If it works at all, that'll be better than what I've got currently over here. So, yeah, that's the plan with that. But the BTV is probably going to wait until spring because, yeah, I haven't figured out whether I'm going to ground mount it. I kind of want to try to roof mount it on a tilt plate. That way I can kind of lower it and raise it and use the metal roof as a ground plane. So that's the story with that. Take it away, Andy. Okay, thanks for the official announcement there, just Nick. Yeah, the Warren Club, we rented a, I don't know if it was a cabin. I don't know. At one of the City of Niles city parks, and it's fully heated. We're using the chimney as a coax run. All the coaxes run through the chimney, so we don't have to have any windows or doors open. And of course, it's fully heated, so that's what we're using. But it is going to be kind of brutal setting up and tearing down. Hopefully it won't be too cold, but we will be in a nice heated building, so that'll be a plus. But thank you for that official announcement there. Yeah, summer field day is a little bit more easier to deal with, I guess. You don't have to worry about the cold temperatures. Something else I was going to say, but I don't remember what it was. Yeah, I guess the nice thing about an end-fed half-wave is you only need one tree to really drape it off of, I suppose. Whereas a dipole, you kind of need two. Unless you want to make it a sloper, I suppose you could do that. But I don't know. You could always go with it's just my clothesline. I like to hang my clothes extra high because the wind is better up there when you get it 50 feet off the ground or more. Right there, Chris? 82HCE, ABNMO. I missed the question. Can you repeat it? I was distracted. KD2HC. I was just asking you, or try to convince Dustin's neighbors that the antenna that he wants to hang up at 50+ feet in the air is an actual clothesline, and and how much better it dries up at 50 feet in the air versus just on the ground. But that's all I was saying about that. Go ahead there, Chris. 450 ladder line on a 50-foot fiberglass pole and make an inverted V on it and say it's a giant FM antenna. He's listening to a stereo. He's trying to pick up stations down in Columbus. That'll work. And then runs that feeder line in through a window. But he's going to have to balance right at the house. He's going to have to run balanced line as long as possible. But yeah, that's it. And if he's talking about Uncle Fred's old antenna, that's a 3.5 BTV because it's missing pieces. That's why it didn't quite work on 40. It wanted to, but it's missing stuff. That's why his 6 BTV that he's got now, that I convinced him to get the 6, actually has all the pieces. And now he works well on 80. He got into Florida on 80 meters the other day on 100 watts. So he's doing real well. And next time Dustin, so it's going to be over to Dustin, and we're going, I guess, the other way around now. But I don't know if Dustin's been over to Uncle Fred since I put that antenna up over there and saw what I did with the radio field. You don't need a big radio field with that thing. You can use a lot of short ones. And you know how his patio's set up. And all we did was if you haven't been there, I'll describe it. We laid them down. There's, I think there's 12 or 16. That's all there are at this point. And they go from the patio door all the way over to the wall again. And that's it. They go in a straight, it's a fan. It's 180 degrees. But I made them as long as they could go out to the fence each time they went that direction. They went as far as they could go. And I stuck them in the dirt when I could stick them in the dirt and put them down a little bit in the dirt. So they are actually grounded at the end, and I bared the end of them so they're in the dirt. And then we just put AstroTurf on concrete on top of them and put the tables back on them so you don't see them anyway. And he doesn't have to shovel or nothing. It's got AstroTurf out there. So it's all good to go. And the only bad thing is he operates above his antenna. That's the only bad thing. But it is what it is. If he operated below the antenna, if he had that station downstairs in the downstairs bedroom, it would work better. So, because it's below the antenna. But it is what it is, and it still works okay. Over to you, Dustin. Oh, and if you need anything, Dustin, let me know, and I'll take it right over. If you need any deliveries or anything like that, I got your back. KD2AC, over to you. Take it away, KD8.
All right there, gentlemen. Well, boy, I have not actually gone to see Uncle Fred's antenna since it got put up. I've been over there a couple times, but I didn't actually get to go look at his antenna. So one of these days when I do manage to get over there, I will take a look at it. And yeah, this BTV is definitely missing some pieces, but I priced them out, and they're really not extravagantly expensive. And DX Engineering has all the pieces and then some. So when that time comes around, that should be fun. And if I do need anything, I will certainly let you know. But with that, gentlemen, I think I'm going to clear because, man, I just got hit in the face like a ton of bricks, and I am just absolutely exhausted all of a sudden. So I'm going to say 73 all the way around. Andy, have a great night. Chris, good to hear you out there. Have a great night. John, W2JLS, I know you're listening, and Nick, KD8SLG. Have a good evening, everybody. KD8EPC is going to be clear and listening out.
Oh, before you go, Dustin, if you want to do the winter field day, bring a Duraflame over here, throw it in the fireplace, and you can work from here, KD2HCE.
Well, there you go. I've also got a fireplace. Actually, I'd have to move the shack to get to the fireplace because it's sitting up against it. So there you go. But hey, you never know. We might get a couple of us together and do some winter field day somewhere. You never know. But all right, gentlemen, 73. Have a great night. I'm going to be clear. KD8EPC.
Okay. Alrighty. This is AB8. I'm going to hook out too, guys, here. Maybe work a little FT8 here and then get ready for bed. So I'm kind of talked out at this point. Got the QSL card ready for Justin, and drop it in the mailbox tomorrow morning. So hopefully we'll hear more on the air. He said he was running a ladder line J-pole up in his attic. That's why he was hitting the repeater so well. He was using a handheld, but he definitely wasn't using the rubber duck. So he's already got a leg up over a lot of new hams who try to use the rubber duck and they get frustrated. So he did something right already. So Chris, I'll let you tie the ribbons on it. Everybody have a great night. This is AB8MO Newberry, Ohio. Coming direct for a change. The band is supporting direct communication, I guess. Nobody's complained about my signal, so I must be strong enough. Take it away there, Chris. Have a good night. This is AB8MO.
Not absolutely full quieting, but it's quiet enough. How's that? You can hear a little, it's not quite frying in the background, but it's a little bit in the background. But it's subdued. I mean, I would say it's about 5 or 10% frying pan. It's not. A tuned ear can hear it, but anyone else would just think you're far away, and just put it as that. It's not taken away from you in any way. You're definitely the majority of the signal. With that, I'll cut it quits too. I got a little bit doing here. I got some paperwork to do for our club. And with that, 7-3, everybody. We'll catch you soon. Again, Andy, stop by our net once in a while. With that, KD2HC will be clear and done and monitoring and out of here like a herd of turtles on a pizza run. 7-3, everybody.
W8WKY.